Hello and welcome to day 4 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni, and once again I am joined by the legendary grandmaster Artur Jussupov. Artur, how are you doing today?
Very good, very good. We have such a brilliant tournament and I'm very excited and welcome to our broadcasting. Let us begin. Before we jump into the games, we can see once again above our heads, you can see that all 5 tables are occupied, so everyone is still here to our delight. And before we jump into the games, we are going to have a look at the pairings from the Germany Grand Prix, with today a German clash between Rasmus Wanne and Matthias Bluebaum. What are your expectations for that? I think it will be a very hard fight. The way also Rasmus is playing, he demonstrates very interesting chess. And okay, Matthias had a free day yesterday, so a lot of energy. I think it would be one of the most interesting games today.
Actually, not Matthias was playing yesterday, right? 2
days ago. Sorry, already confused.
The days are going by so fast. So yeah, that one I expect a tough fight. The two of them will be teammates in Chennai at the Olympiads next week. Then we have Ervin Lamy against our tournament leader. We'll see the standings in a second. Ervin with the white pieces against Luke. What do you think?
We are cheering for Ervin because he is such a nice person and he really helped the tournament in a difficult situation. But now he has a very serious opposition, and Luke was playing very well all 3 rounds. But a good chance also for Ervin with white pieces to change the situation completely in the tournament.
Yes, and well, today we should say it's the last day before tomorrow's rest day, so all the players, I'm sure, will come out fighting. And then I think our top clash of the day, Pavel Eljanov, he's on 2 out of 2. Yesterday he had a rest day, he was in the studio with us, and he's playing against the top seed.
So how could I forget? Pavel,
it's the heat.
Yes, Pavel is my favorite for the tournament, and Deac was playing extremely solid, interesting chess. So this is one of the most important games of the round.
Absolutely, and well, let's have a look at the standings now to see what is the situation. So Luke McShane currently in the lead. But he has played all 3 games, which means that Pavel Eljanov, he's on a perfect 2 out of 2. So far, I think Luke will get this bye where he's not playing in the last round. So he has to try and keep up the tempo until then, since he will not play the last game. Then we have Bogdan-Daniel Deac, he's on 2 out of 3, also a very solid and good start for him. Behind them, the players still have to catch up a little bit. David Navara had a difficult start on half out of 3. Today he's not playing, so he will be joining us here in the studio in about an hour. So that's the situation in the Grand Prix. Now let's have a look at the NC World Masters, the pairings for today. Vishy Anand is back in action and he's playing white against Daniel Fridman.
Yes, important game. Michael Adams is leading at the moment, but of course everything can change also in this tournament. So Anand has white pieces. We'll definitely try to put the pressure, and actually we already see the position, so it will be interesting to discuss it.
For sure. And then, well, the last game is Dmitry Kollars, who suffered a tough loss yesterday against Daniel Fridman from a better position. But he will be looking to bounce back today with the white pieces against Michael Adams. So those are the pairings, and let's have a quick look at the standings. Although here we have to tell you tomorrow the standings. At the end of tomorrow, the standings will make more sense because we are still waiting for that game between Vishy and Dmitry that will be played tomorrow. But so far, Mickey Adams, great start, 1.5 out of 2. Daniel Fridman with 1 win and 1 loss, and Vishy 1 draw out of 1 game. So those are the standings, and at the end of tomorrow we will have more clarity.
So everything is open in this tournament, and let us look at the positions now.
Absolutely. And I think we will start with Vishy Anand against Daniel Fridman because somewhat surprisingly, before the tournament, I think we had heard the consensus was that 1 c4 was best, but Vishy opened his game with 1 e4.
Yes, I think that what he found out in his preparation, that the favorite Russian defense, what Daniel is playing, maybe is not so good, not so good in this no-castling chess. I cannot tell you why. Even if I could, it would be a secret. It would be better to keep it as a secret. So, Friedman, of course, he already played it actually with black against Mickey Adams in the first round, so he sticks to Spanish defense. The position looks very theoretical, but we should remind you that there is
no castling allowed.
No castling. Easy to forget by looking at this normal position. It could be also usual theory.
But very soon we will remember.
Very soon it will be original position. Something like this happened also. I think Mickey played bishop e3, if I remember it correctly.
Yes.
So I think he played bishop e3 and also was met by queen e7. So in this game, let's say more conventional move c3 was played. Queen e7 still followed to protect.
And here it
the
comes.
Square e5. Here it comes. Just maybe I can explain why this c3 creates a threat. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e6, and knight takes e5. Because if you would be taken immediately, yes, and black, I think, has queen d4.
Threatening mate.
Threatening mate and attacking the knight. So that is the reason for the move c3. It creates also, it controls the square d4, which is nice, and creates a threat bishop takes e6, followed by knight takes c5. And that is the reason why Daniel defends the pawn, queen e7, and now no castling chess started to show.
Yes. If it was an online game, I would suspect that king e2 is a mouse slip.
Yes,
but no.
King e2 was played. Explanation is a kind of simple. White wants to create a castling position. Maybe he wants to put the rook to e1 and then to go king f1. I tried to use the
very good
something to undo if it is good. But you understood the idea. Rook e1, king f1, and have a normal position. That's probably one of the ideas. It is actually very important to bring the rooks in the game. In this no castling chess, it is more difficult than in normal chess. It's actually the rule of castling came because of these difficulties of bringing rooks in the play, and so it was invented. This double move, castling, was invented, and then the game speeded up. But traditionally, actually, it was no castling chess. So we are returning to the old days.
And actually, we've had a couple of moves, and sometimes the moves take a short while to get to us, because, Daniel was thinking for a while, but I saw on the camera he made a move, and Vishy already made his response, but we just have to wait for a second for the moves to reach us.
To appear, yes.
So what do you think? I'm trying to make out. What could Daniel have played? It's hard from here. It's hard. What do you think? What would be reasonable options for Daniel to play?
Okay, first interesting question: what he will do with the king?
Yes.
So maybe he will start to run away. This is one possibility. Second possibility would be to play d6. Generally, we should be a little bit concerned about the possibility d3, d4 in this case, but it looks complicated to me at the moment. I'm sure that the players would do the job of calculations. One possible move also is a6, just to clarify the situation, but it may provoke quite to take on c6.
You know, speaking of Vishy, Patrick, who talked to Vishy yesterday, he told us, Patrick, who is our chief of press here, told us that Vishy, what he played yesterday on this black side against Mickey, he said that he had actually prepared it for classical chess, but then he understood that it actually works fine for no castling chess also.
Yes, that's funny.
Yes.
That's funny, just trying to use the preparation for normal chess in this art of chess.
Maybe we can move on to the other game between Dmitry Kollars and Mickey Adams.
For some reasons we have several moves, but we don't see them yet.
So we will come back and
we will
catch
come
up.
back. I guess it will be updated after a few seconds.
So we're moving on to Dmitry Kollars against Mickey Adams. And I'm curious to see how will Dmitry recover from what must have been a tough loss yesterday.
Yes, but of course this is a kind of fun event for him. He's preparing also for Chess Olympiad, for classical chess. And okay, maybe it's not a bad thing just to relax and just to play, to try to be creative. Let us see how players reach this normal position.
Yes.
Looks absolutely okay. Also for normal chess. 4 knights opening, solid system, but white decided to switch to Scotch with d4. Actually, we have absolutely classical position. Normally, white is taking on c6 and playing something like bishop d3, d5, or castle leads to the main position of the Scotch defense. But we know castle.
Without castling, it could get dangerous.
Is not an option.
No.
And also interesting that here already Dmitry started to look for some new ways and played f3. Again, we should look at this from the perspective of the white king. Maybe he had just leaving f2 square for a king to jump there on the next stage of the game, to feel a little bit more comfortable here on f2. So that's the point of f3. Also, of course, protecting the center. So there are some additional ideas behind. Black simply played d6, normal development move. Bishop b5 followed, and bishop d7. So now we have position where Dmitry started to think. So maybe he checked this position with computer. What I should say that my suggestion to put the king on f2 at the moment is premature, because of knight takes d4.
But you know what I wonder? For Dmitry to prepare, is there any way, like let's say in ChessBase, to configure the engine?
It's very simple. I can show you how you do it. Just let us put everything back, and I show it for our viewers who want to
work on their no castling chess.
Who want to use engines and working with no castling chess, you have to introduce a couple of stupid moves first. And to lose the right of castling, and after this,
very nice.
You do it in the same on the queen side. You're losing the right of castling, and now we can use an engines, and engines wouldn't suggest make a short castle because it will make a long castle.
I had not thought of that, but yes, that is.
But you know, they thought of this.
Yes.
So be sure that the players they all find out this trick.
Yes.
Let us come back to the position.
And we had one more
And,
move, so Dmitry decided to.
No, I don't
no,
see
it
it. It was my
was-
analysis. I wanted to show that
Yes.
king f2 is a bad move because of knight takes d4, and here basic idea bishop c5. So you have to wait. So maybe you have to play maybe bishop e3 first and prepare king f2.
Yes. Some safety first.
Safety first, yes.
Okay, well, actually, we see that Dmitry decided to take on c6.
Take on c6. Okay, this is of course also a normal option. He makes the position, makes the pawn structure of opponent a little bit weaker. So that's one of the options he has. Of course, now he can basically go to f2 if he wants, for example. Yeah? So if black takes with pawn, which I think black would do, but maybe again in no castling chess it could be different logic. Maybe black should leave the d7 square for the king.
Yes.
Who knows?
Yes. Okay, we will see. Mickey is still thinking.
Still thinking.
So shall we quickly catch up with Vishy?
Yes, because now we have some moves
Yes.
and we can see what happened in the game after king e2. I'm very proud that I suggested one move and it was played in the game, but it's probably not a good sign for Daniel.
Oh, you're being way too humble.
White took, of course, and now rook e1. We found this plan already, but it is interesting here to see what happened because also Daniel is playing very aggressively, and this rook d8 is designed to prevent king f1 because pawn is handing, and maybe king d7, king c8 is prepared, maybe. Yeah. So and then black would really happy about king position on c8. It would be normal Spanish game. It is interesting that, but it looks like white already made the move. It is queen c2.
Queen c2, just defending the pawn on d3. And now, do you think black is ready to go?
To go king d7, yes. I would think it will happen. But before you make such a move, you usually like to check to check it carefully.
But it looks like we will get some kind of opposite sides castling position, which usually leads to very exciting games.
True, and actually there is no reason for black to complain. I think that Daniel develops the pieces very well. He has two bishops as a compensation for double pawns here. Very interesting situation. And the pawn on d3. I can show us again. I just recently discovered this possibility. So please write to us in chat if I will be overdoing it.
Yes, well, as always, not just that, but let me say in the chat, hello. So, as always, I am keeping an eye on the YouTube chat, so if you want to ask us any questions, if you have any comments, any feedback, feel free to let us know, and we will try and answer as many questions as we can.
So let us move to classical chess now.
Let's move to classical chess, and maybe we should start, well, where do you suggest we start?
With German fight, yes.
The German fight between Rasmus Wanne and Matthias Blühbaum, let's do it.
And we have very solid position.
Your favorite opening.
Yes, but already looks like some pieces are gone, exchanged.
So let's go back to the beginning and see what happened.
It looks very solid what players are doing. I guess we will have Russian defense, yes. One of the main variation. And the biggest problem here of this position, because if you look at this, it looks like black has an extra move. In symmetrical position, black managed to play knight f6, e4. But the main problem that this activity may be a little bit too early. It's coming too early, and white has different ways to attack black position. In most cases, white is using c4 as one of the ways, but in this game, Rasmus preferred a different continuation. So, for example, here c4 is the most principled move. Knight bd2 is a solid move, trying to put pressure, black defends the square e4, and white forces exchange on d2. So I'm not so happy about this variation because most of the games that played with this line somehow we would leading to equal position, but I think that maybe Rasmus he has his opinion, his opinion about it. But there is still some possibilities for white to fight, and it's not a dead draw, for example.
So we will see how this one develops. Will we see? So let's see now. One question I have is light squared bishops. Does white want to exchange them? Does he want to exchange them immediately? Does he want to wait for black to exchange? What's going on with this tension?
Usually for black, it is not such a bad idea as to exchange these white squared bishops, because it is not easy to find a good position. It can be also d4, but in this case, bishop was already developed to f5, so it makes sense to support it as Matthias did with queen d7, and to wait and to see what white is going to do. Maybe white can take and jump ahead. Some position like this can be played.
Yes.
There is a little bit of initiative for white, who already castled. Advantage comparing to no castling chess. So he can try to attack. But then also he need to find out what to do with this position. Queen and...
Maybe the queen has to move at some point?
Yes, there's two pieces, they're a little bit staying on the way to each other, so queen has to move somewhere. So it stops the quick attack.
Yes.
So that's a little bit of a problem.
Okay, so a quiet start to the game here, but not without life. And shall we move on to the tournament leader, Luke McShane?
Let us see what happened. I think we revisiting Bogo-Indian defense.
You know, I talked a bit briefly to Luke and Rasmus yesterday about the endgame. Funnily enough, right after the game, I saw they were analyzing. And in fact, Luke seemed a little bit disappointed because both of them in this time scramble, the endgame, they both thought that Luke was winning for some moment. And I said to Luke, don't worry, and I said to him about this a5 on move 40. And he was completely in shock because he missed his rook c3 idea. And I said to him, when you will go to your room, you will see that draw is actually, you will be happy. Yes, because he was a little bit disappointed. And this morning I saw him and he said, you're right. In fact, I should be very happy.
Yes, what happened yesterday, I think that Rasmus missed the maneuver, rook f4 and sudden attack on the king. And He's
in time trouble, it's easy
not
to get,
panicked,
yes.
but it was difficult because he has just a few seconds left on the clock, and he had to react on an unexpected move. So they were really under the impression that White had a chance, but in fact it was Rasmus who had a chance in this position.
Exactly.
Very, very interesting ending yesterday, but let us see what Luke would be doing today. We saw already in this tournament Bogo Indian defense, the invention of great Efim Bogolyubov, who played a couple of World Championship matches against Alechin. We were talking about white options already, so I think we had the game with knight bd2. I forgot who was playing it, but bishop d2 is also a good reaction, and black usually is doing different things here. You can go back to e7 and say bishop on d2 is bad positioned. They can even play something like c5, very complicated move. Can defend the bishop with a5, and now maybe the most solid move was played by Luke McShane just to protect the bishop with queen. So Ervin obviously should be good prepared for this, so he played here g3 and knight c6. That's one of the main variations for black.
We see, although that now on the clock, I don't know, okay, we're still far from the live position, but Ervin is the one who has spent a bit
Yes,
more
it
time.
should be some surprise, yes.
Yeah.
I try to understand what surprised Ervin. Yeah? That would be interesting to see. Knight c3 is one possibility. You can also play bishop g2, obviously, after move g3. And then one of the ideas of black is to take with bishop on d2, and in case white takes with queen, to be able then later to develop the knight on c3, then black has the move knight e4, and later check on b4. So that is black's ideas. And he wants to force white to take with knight. So this is one of the main positions. So Ervin is opening expert, so he knows the theory better than me. Although I was playing this variation with black actually. So he took on c3 and wants to win the bishop back with knight e4, so white can defend it with rook move, for example. But in this game, he decided to play queen c2, knight takes c3, that's what happened, queen takes c3. All looks very plausible, and now the move, queen b4, maybe was surprising choice. That Luke actually wants to play ending again. Now
Is it surprising to go to offer a queen exchange so early?
Well, I think if you just, let's say, use the common sense, maybe Luke thinks following way: whose queen is better? And maybe it looks like queen on c3 is more active for him, controls central square, so then you will come to this consideration. But of course you can play differently, short castle, for example, on very normal move, and then think what to do later. Yes. But queen b4, from this common sense, is possible. I'm not so sure what actually Ervin was thinking about, because queen b4 is one move what you consider in your preparations.
Okay, so I wonder if it was this next move that he spent some time on, because now he played king d2.
Or maybe there is some other problem with Ervin, because he knows many ideas, and maybe he tries to choose the right idea from different variations, and to see what to do in this.
Sometimes it's a problem when you know too much.
It could be the problem, true. Yeah, it could be the problem, and then maybe he just wonders why Luke is playing this variation. Yes. Because on move 25 he discovered something, so very possible. And now Luke is playing very quickly. He decides to play b6 and bishop b7, just to develop the bishop. So maybe that was a surprise. Actually, please pay attention to this move, king d2, very, very funny move, yes. It's like no castle chess.
That's what I thought as well.
What I would be worried after queen d2, that maybe black would go back.
Yes.
But obviously it was not the case, so otherwise Luke would use this opportunity. Actually, why? Maybe we can see what is going on. Now no castling, king is in the center. But
and still white pushes in the center. Wow.
Yes, white can push in the center, because also we are hitting here on g7.
And in fact, I mean, what does black do? Black has to take on d5, but
looks not good.
G7,
It doesn't look good. So that is kind of very simple explanation why black shouldn't waste so much time in the opening. So b6 was played. Bishop g2, bishop b7. Yes, now it is a kind of not a challenge, but the question, okay, how do we play? How do we continue play? Very natural would be maybe to take because I am a little bit nervous.
Afraid that at some point the queen will go back.
Something may happen if I don't do it. But on the other hand, if we do it, and let's say put the king on c3, black would have an option to protect the knight with c5. And that is a kind of dream move for black. So that's probably what Ervin now is considering. And after some other move, okay, you start to worry a little bit about retreat of the queen. Or what are we doing? What is the other move? Because if you let us try something. Do we put the rook somewhere? Let's say to d1, and black is taking. Now we have a problem that if we take with rook, then black simply can take the pawn. There is a pin.
And maybe now we are starting to understand why Ervin is taking a bit of time.
True, because he has a challenge.
Some questions.
Some questions here. So where to put the rook? Why? What to do after exchange? What to do after queen e7? Okay, he can probably make some central move, hoping to such an exchange, for example.
But I guess after e4, we would be very tempted to keep the queens, maybe.
Yes, but we should check it basically on all moves, but the right answer is probably always d5.
And what if we go back with the queen? I think I saw it flash up on the engine for 1 second. What about queen f8 instead of queen e7?
Yes, that is funny. To protect the g7 and to have knight e7. But of course, white also in time, black is ready maybe to castle, but we also can do something similar with white pieces. Yes? It's more like no castling chess. Computer prefers d5 here, yes. But I just wanted to show that white can get king in a relative safe position.
Okay, well, an interesting position in this game with Ervin still thinking. We can see him deep in thought on the camera. And maybe first time to move on to the last game that we have not seen yet. Maybe the clash of the day between Pavel Eljanov, who's won his first 2 games, and he's playing the top seed, Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
So nothing special happened yet here. Let us see what were the first moves. The only fact what is really interesting that they took so much time. Yeah?
Yes.
It is partly the question about the strategy of Pavel. Yes, what he is doing with white. It looks like he plays queen's Indian defense with reverse colors. Yeah, he is doing it with white. So it is a little bit defensive construction. So that's what probably was unusual. Yeah. So we have the position which is typical for Queen's Indian defense. So for Pavel, of course, he is on his home territory. But now it's to decide for Deac which variation is he going to play. His would be one tempo less. He chooses solid move. So the system, if we fight, it would be E3 system, a very solid, very positional system. So now interesting what Pavel did. He decides to bring the bishop on G2.
What do you make of Pavel's approach in the opening for this important game today?
I know what he is aiming for. I even played this system myself with white and with black. Maybe we will do a couple of moves and to see what we are getting exactly this position. In fact, the same strategy was chosen by Garry Kasparov against Anatoly Karpov, but I'm not sure about the move order. I'm not sure about the move order. I will show now the position, which we are very possibly that we are following this footsteps of these great players, and this is actually a very interesting position. If I remember correctly, in the book of the very good book writer and grandmaster Marin, yeah, he is suggesting to take on d5 in these variations. This is very interesting option. The idea of Pavel was different. Yes, he wants to have this type of structure. I had it in several games. It was not played. Yeah, I think it was Queen C8 was played instead.
Queen C8.
Yes, let me put it also. Queen C8 was played instead, which is probably a rare move. What I know about this type of positions, but it is very, very interesting. White wants to put queen later on E2, maybe to protect pawn with D3. Rooks could go to D1 to B1, for example, but in many cases what white wants is to retreat with the knight and then to start to play A4 and pushing something on the king side. Black has here several setups. One very interesting setup with knight c6, queen c7, a6 was played by Boris Spassky in these positions. I just show you the moves that you can better imagine. Then rook has good position on d8, on b8, and later one of the ideas is to prepare b6, b5. Sorry, I take everything away because it's a mess now. But
and what is usually the consensus on this kind of positions? What sort of positions does it lead to?
It leads to a very interesting, complicated position with mutual chances. Yes, and you have to know the situation. You should like it. Yeah. The move, it's actually very playable also for both colors. That's one of the situations that if you like it with white, you play it with white. If you like it with black, you play it with black. I had this position with both colors, actually.
And what color do you prefer to play?
Maybe white, but actually I didn't got a good position in my last game when I played it with white, and I won my game with black once, but I would prefer a little bit to play it with white. Although now we see that it was a different
Bogdan
path.
has a different...
Yes, different way to play. And the move Queen C8 is not very common, but it happens in many variations of Queen's Indian defense, actually, where we need to protect the bishop. Why black was protecting the bishop concretely in this position, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. And the second question, we need to remember how Karpov played it against Kasparov. That also is a possible move. I think he was developing knight to d7. This is also one of the ideas, but I am afraid I can make a mistake here and quoting this important game. Queen c8, I am a little bit
surprised?
Surprised, yes. I wouldn't play it myself. Because in many cases you ask what Queen is doing, and you need to actually to regroup it. It was not forced. It was not forced, and Black had actually very sensible plans in this instead. Yeah.
So now, I mean, it's such a rich position with all the pieces, all the pawns still on the board. What are some of the ideas? I guess there are many paths in which white can continue.
Yes, white can, of course, keep waiting. Yeah? He can play something like this, and then maybe to put rook on d1, whatever. Yeah? Just to keep flexible. But that means that we are not using the position of the queen. If you want to use the position of the queen, we somehow try to open maybe the c line and to play d4, maybe rook c1. So that is what could be considered. Maybe he wants to take with knight. I don't know, rook c1 or preparing d4. So this is one of the options. If black takes with pawn, then probably white is much more comfortable in such a structure. But also maybe knight takes. Maybe knight takes is more prudent. One of the ideas could be that if you play d4, then pawn is hinging. Yes. Something like this may happen, and pawn is hinging on c4.
Yes. Okay,
so
this is not a way to go.
Not a good way to play.
But it's really an interesting game also because both players have spent already quite a bit of time. So I think we have a very original struggle on our hands now.
Queen c8 is certainly a very rare move. I'm not sure if it is a new move, but it is a rare move. Idea could be also to vacate the square d8 for the rook, and to come to d8 and to support the center this way. I am very interested, of course, to see what Pavel would be doing. Pavel is a very powerful strategical player. We remember the first game, where he used your plan, F5, and then complemented it with very nice knight regrouping and put huge pressure on Rasmus.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we will see. We will let Pavel think about it, and I think we will go back to the NC World Masters and start maybe with Vishy's game against Friedman.
Oh, we have here such an exciting events.
Wow, what is going on here? Black has sacrificed a piece. Let's go back because we have a mess.
We have a mess, yes, we have a mess indeed. And it all happened quickly after Queen C2. Black decided to play King D7, my recommendation, maybe not a good sign, yes, but okay. King D7 to put King on C8, and the move what I did not anticipate, although I should probably, was the move H3. It's actually a very logical move. Because white later can also attack e5. If, for example, we go away, g4, bishop g6, and maybe I was thinking about knight c4 hitting the pawn on a5. That is an idea.
Yeah, and black cannot defend.
And black cannot defend with usual move knight d7.
And bishop d6.
Yes. And bishop d6 is retreat, and you don't want to do it. You would love to play knight d7, but exactly we caught in the regrouping. We need one tempo to finish. Just one more move and black would be satisfied with this position. But exactly in this moment, Anand plays h3. That's a very, very right operation.
And after bishop h5?
Yes, I will come back after bishop h5, g4.
Yeah. Now it starts to look like my online blitz games.
You always sacrifice in such a positions, and that's what Daniel did.
Maybe also not a good sign for Daniel.
So he
better to follow your advice than to follow my online blitz games.
I'm not sure, but now we are criticizing Daniel too heavily, yes?
No, I'm not criticizing. I'm not criticizing. No, I think it's a very interesting move. So Daniel decides to take on g4.
I think he was not satisfied with bishop g6, yes. But let us see what do we have here. First of all, we have your suggestion, bishop d6. Prudent move, just to protect. So it's not a big harm done.
It wasn't. I mean, it's not a move that I'm happy to make, of course. It's just the only move I saw to defend the pawn.
We have here slight problem on the queen side. If we are not careful, we may run to some attack. I just show our viewers one idea, and if black goes king c8 and knight a5 is...
And it's already game over, more or less.
Yes, and both pawns.
Yeah.
Because we can't play b6. Both pawns under attack of the knight. So something like this may be scaring. Okay, let us see what is going on here. And I try this one.
Okay, an interesting pawn sacrifice, because the king on e2, of course, is kind of stuck in the center.
Yes, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it to open the position, and nevertheless, if you can sacrifice the pawn, why can't you sacrifice the piece? That's what maybe Daniel was thinking.
Yes.
Okay, that was alternative. Some pawn sacrifice, like.
So let us have a look at the piece sacrifice. What is happening there?
We are not complaining exactly, because we want
to see some action.
Some good action, yes. And this is, of course, it's not something that you can really calculate till the end, so it is intuitive. And just shows the character of Daniel, and that he really wants to give us some show today. Yeah? Yes. And is not
also, I think in a way, of course it's a serious tournament, but in a way it's maybe easier to play the sacrifice, let's say, when there is no rating at stake. I think it's kind of a show event that is showcasing a new chess variant, and you can take, I think, a little bit more risk.
True. That's what Daniel is actually a solid player normally, but here all of a sudden we see a different type of chess. Different type of chess. H5, just supporting the bishop. Okay, very interesting position.
And we had actually a couple more moves. So now knight c4, the move we were talking about earlier, was played.
Yes, I come back now just to show these moves. Knight c4, king c8. This is a little bit similar to what we were considering. Actually, let us come back for the second. It was definitely possible to protect the pawn.
Yes. And then how do we continue? I mean, I feel like, can we develop the last piece? Bishop e3.
Bishop e3 is a solid.
Just try and exchange some more material.
Solid move would be probably also my choice in this position. It is, let's say, it was questionable sacrifice, but now what happened is extremely interesting. Black make a logical move, actually. We still have a solid possibility, bishop e3. What is interesting is if you can take the pawn on e5. The reason for me to do this is because if queen takes c5,
take the bishop.
I want to take the bishop on g4 and eliminate actually the most varying piece, most dangerous piece. And now there is no pin and the queen is under attack. So there is no pin.
Okay, and so in this case, knight e5 is a very serious move, because now the bishop is also under attack.
The problem is, yes, that it is positionally a good move because we are solving the problem of the pin.
Yes. And if the bishop moves, maybe we can even take g7, or is that...
You know, I'm really afraid that maybe Daniel blundered this possibility because you are not thinking that it is possible to take.
And Vishy, well, Vishy is thinking, and I'm sure he's considering it.
He sees it, yes. So here there is a chance, basically, to refute the risky strategy of black in this game. Yeah. I must say, the position after king d7, it was also my suggestion. I thought that's how to play. Honestly, I overestimated this plan h3, g4.
Yes. But I think it's very easy to underestimate.
Yes, because also Daniel underestimated it, and this is excellent play of former world champion. We see, of course, these qualities.
Yes. Okay, so well, we will keep an eye on this, see if Vishy plays. Knight takes e5. For now, let's have a quick look maybe at Dmitry and Mickey Adams.
Yes, let's move to this game.
Also a very interesting position, actually.
Yes, something happened. Yes. Let us see. The last moment was after b takes c6. It was not played.
You were telling us why.
But it would be my choice actually to take. And after some thought, Adams played it in the game. Now king f2 was possibility, yes, and queen d3 was played. Okay. King f8. Funny.
Yes.
Running away with the king.
Yes.
And king f2 happened.
Makes sense, I think.
Yes, so we have now a position where both sides decided where to put the kings, but black is not finished with his maneuvering. His problem is this rook on h8. It needs to be developed in the game, and then it would be normal position.
And now h5, very interesting.
Yes.
I guess that pawn wants to run as far as possible, and then maybe the rook can join the game via the h file.
That was probably the intention, but it
Dmitry said no.
No.
No further.
h4 blocked, and unfortunately there is no way to profit from this to develop the rook nowhere. Yeah, the rook h6 is not possible. Bishop is covering here, everything. So black played knight g8, very unexpected move to me. It's still not solving the main problem. King f8 and the rook to develop the rook. And
what is knight g8?
Actually, I don't know. I think that Mickey was very. I'm sorry, bishop cannot go to d1, never. But bishop could go to g5. That's probably what was scaring in the position. But is it a good choice? I'm not really
Time
sure.
will tell.
Time will tell, yeah. Because sometimes if you see the move like this, they think maybe opponent resigned already and putting the pieces back to the position, because knight g8. And some people would play knight g8 f6 instead. But if when it is Adams is doing, he has of course some ideas. Yes. And
now we see that Dmitry played bishop g5 anyway.
Probably running in one of the ideas of Adams.
Which has been played already.
He wanted to put the pawn on f6.
Yeah, and Dmitry went back to e3 now.
The big question, why to provoke the move f6? I think one of the ideas was not to be handing on h4. I want to come back for the second, trying to understand this development, because Dmitry could simply put the bishop on a3 immediately. Perhaps the idea was now to regroup the knight. This retreat with knight to initial position, one of the most striking example of such an idea was the invention of Breyer, a very original chess player in Spanish game, to play knight c6, b8. Very astonishing move. So something like this maybe was planned by Michael. Let us just put a couple of moves and maybe hitting the knight on h4. But I would say it is a little bit
I think Dmitry
dangerous.
should be very happy with the position that he got.
He has much more harmonious position in the sense that his rooks are connected, they are in the game, and black is still playing practically with one rook less on h8. So in such a cases, it is not a bad idea to make all preparation moves, to bring all pieces in the game, and then if game will be opened, we will be profiting because black rook is not playing.
So very interesting position. I think we will come back to the NC Masters and also the Grand Prix after a first break of the day. During the break we have a video for you that our press chief Patrick Selvel filmed with Lara Schulze yesterday. She won a very nice game in just 20 moves. She is playing in the NFA Women's Cup. So tomorrow we will actually take a closer look at those games, since we will be focusing mostly on colors against Vishy, but also we'll have a look at the cup games. So don't go away. We will be showing you that video. There are some more other videos on our YouTube channel, so if you want to see them, make sure to check out the channel, and we'll be back hopefully with David Navara in about 10 minutes, so we'll see you then.
So we are here after the fourth round of the Portland NRW Women's Cup. here in Dortmund at the 49th International Dortmund Chess Days. And I'm here with Lara Schulze, who had a nice win today. Congratulations, Lara.
Thank you.
Is it your first time here in Dortmund?
Yes, it's my first time. And yeah, I'm very happy to play here. And yeah, so my goal is to score a WGM norm. And yeah, we will see if I can achieve my goal.
Okay. We are here at the hottest day of the year until now, but how are the playing conditions today?
No, it was great because it was good temperature in the playing venue, so I had no problems.
Very nice. Okay. So you played with black today against Katharina Ringen, and maybe you want to say something to your game and opening.
Yeah, she played Reti system with both bishops on G2 and B2. So yeah, I played bishop G4. It's my I always play this against knight F3, and she played C4, E6, and also the other bishop to B2. And I had this H5 idea here because I haven't castled yet, and I want to attack on the king side. Yeah,
looks pretty aggressive,
Yeah, and it's not so easy for white to handle with this H4 threat. And she played in a very fast way. She played immediately knight BD2, and then I was a bit confused because I think that's not the best move, but it seems that she knows
for H4,
exactly. I think Queen E1 is the best move here.
You still know this position?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was my preparation.
So the idea is probably just to take now, and then at the end.
That you can. Sometimes you can push the F pawn to defend H4 or the E pawn to
F3 E4 maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so probably
so
would
H4.
Have not.
I think it's not the best here.
Okay.
And after knight BD2, H4 is my idea. I wasn't sure if I had this in my preparation, so I thought a bit, but I think it's
So the difference
good.
is she took it.
Yeah.
And now you took the knight.
Yeah, of course.
Nice exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, and knight H5.
Now we see the difference because with the queen on E1.
You can push F4 or F3 and defend the H4 pawn. And now it's, I think F4 is also here the only move for white. Okay. I'm not sure, but I thought that's the best. And then you have knight F3 ideas. Yeah.
You would have taken it? Or?
Yeah, I wasn't sure which pawn I should take. Maybe maybe with a knight on F4. But maybe this is a defensive idea for white.
But still, you should have a good attack after take. And
it's good for black, of course.
Very nice attack.
Yeah. But after rook E1, it's easy.
So she played this move? Okay, because she wanted to go knight
knight F1 to defend the H2 pawn, but my pieces are too active, and I also have the opportunity to castle long and bring the rook to H8. And
so you went queen takes H4, knight F1?
And knight F4, and
all
a lot of threats.
In the attack.
And even this rook is coming.
To H8.
Yeah. So, she played...
So 30 moves, and basically it's game over already?
Yeah, I think it's game over. I thought maybe knight G3 to, put something in this diagonal, but then just castle and rook H8, and I didn't see anything for white here.
Okay, you just be mated,
Yeah.
So she played queen D2.
Yeah, and then I can...
You found a nice finish,
take this F1 knight, like this, take, and if she takes back with the king, I have queen h3, and then this mate.
Well-known stuff.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. She didn't take the bishop on f1, but now I have two pieces, and also a very nice tactic after bishop h3. Okay, threat
Queen
is
G4.
queen g4 and queen g2, f3, and then bishop b4 is winning the rook on e1. Because if the queen takes, I have queen g5 and mate on g2.
Yeah. So pretty finish with bishop b4, and then she resigned after.
Yeah, she
Queen
played
F2.
queen f2, took, and
Just
here
a
and
piece
up. Yeah.
Pretty nice game. This is h5, h4 break. So you are on 3 out of 4 after 4 games?
Yeah, that's right.
And the goal is for the grandmaster norm?
7 points.
7 points.
So still a
lot
bit
of
work to do.
Okay.
But the next 2 games I have white. So but I won both games with black and drew both games with white. So I have to win one with white.
Okay.
Or more games with white.
Good. Best of luck for that, and thanks a lot for your insights.
Thanks.
And we are back here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy, and we're delighted to be joined by Grandmaster David Navara. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me there, and thank you for your attention.
It is your first time in Dortmund. I know it's not the start to the tournament that you would have hoped for, but how is it for you to be here and play here?
Yes, it's nice that I can play there. Because I had been invited before, but I had accepted another invitation in 2015 because I was playing in Biel, and now I'm playing in Dortmund, so I'm glad to be there. True, I hoped for a better start and also for more friendly weather, because temperatures over 30 degrees are not so great maybe. But I hope that both will improve.
Yes, well, I think the weather will improve for sure from tomorrow, so hopefully it goes hand in hand with the better results. Also, while we were on the break, you and Arthur were looking at this game between Vishy and Friedman. How is it to be playing on stage next to this no castling event? Is it interesting to you?
Yes, I'm happy that I can castle.
And well, before we go to the games, I actually brought this book, the book that you wrote, My Chess World. I brought it so that you can sign it for my father. Tell us a little bit about the book. It was the first book?
My first book in English. I mean, I had annotated some games for other books before, even in English. But I mean, originally there was a Czech book, and Pavel Matocha, who used to be my manager, sort of pushed me into writing it, persuaded me, and okay, it took me some time. Then after I finally wrote the book, I was waiting for Pavel because he had been publishing, he was publishing another book at that time, and so okay, eventually he published it, and I mean, it was good, although there were, of course, some mistakes. And then there came an idea to create an English version. And it was suggested to me by Mr. Mike Kohn, who is a German citizen from Munich, but he is a native English speaker. So he sort of translated it. I checked his translations, made some corrections, made some suggestions. I translated something also on my own, and then we discussed it. And I also improved some analysis and changed about 1/4 of the games, or maybe even more, I don't know, but at least 16 games out of 64, and it's quite nice. Although, I mean, I was searching for mistakes during the first wave of pandemic, which was very good time for such a work, and I was successful in this respect. But okay, actually I was about to publish a second book, and I was very near the end at the start of the year 2021. But I still need to finish it because I somehow got very depressed by the second and third wave of pandemic, because in Czech Republic was particularly heavily affected by it, and I mean, it was really depressive to earn like 500 euros per month for about 6 months, give interviews on how popular chess is, reading how popular chess is, and then have no tournaments, no interesting invitations for big online events and like this. And luckily the situation is over, although unfortunately, I'm playing too much online chess even now instead of focusing on something else, and I somehow find it difficult to continue with the book, but I will need to motivate myself and to finish it at last. I mean,
how much is left? How much?
I don't know. It's hard to say in percentage because all the games are there, but some changes are needed and some structure. And I'm not good at giving things structure. I mean, I have plenty of ideas, but structure is not exactly what one would expect.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to the book being finished, and more than that, more importantly, we're very happy to have you playing here in Dortmund and to be able to welcome you for the first time. So let's have a look at the game, because I know you two were analyzing this Vishy Friedman game very eagerly during the break.
Yes,
exactly the same thing happened. What we were considered.
Yes. We discussed it some 2 moves ago, and we discussed the option of queen takes e5 at that position.
We will come to this moment. We thought about knight takes e5 and bishop e3, and strangely Daniel is not reacting on the threat, just playing g6, and it probably even improves the possibility for knight takes e5. We thought also that taking with pawn was kind of first reaction.
Yes. But even king takes e3 was probably possible, but it seems to me that f takes e3 works and it can be calculated. So I would probably take with the pawn also after some calculations, although king takes e3 might also be a move. But okay, we discussed queen takes e5 now, which leads to funny complications. Now white has to take on g4. and black needs to recapture because otherwise he will just be a piece down. So knight takes e5, rook h2 check, king d1, and it seems to us that white is winning because there are various tactical options like rook h1, king d2, rook h2, king c1, rook h1, queen d1. Now white is threatening something like king c2. I mean, if black plays rook dh8, there is king c2. And white brings this rook into play and wins the endgame easily. And if black takes on d1 instead, white can take, and after rook h8 there is king c2 again, and the king opens the way to white's rook, which comes to g1, and white is a piece up and essentially winning here.
So it looks actually very good for Anand, because it seems to be after knight takes e5 that there is not enough compensation for the piece.
I also mentioned a move f5 now, which might create some complications, but it should not really work. I mean, even if white plays something really solid like d4, protecting the knight on e5, I cannot exactly see any particular compensation. I mean, there are some complications. It could work in blitz, but hardly in the classical game.
What do you think happened in this game? Do you think Friedman just forgot about knight takes e5 for a second?
I don't know. I'm not entitled to tell you this because I cannot know, but probably he missed it because it appears as if the e5 pawn were protected, but when you look at the position closer, it turns out that the pawn is hanging.
So Vishy in great shape, basically, is what we're thinking, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then let's see the other game quickly. Dmitry Kollars against Mickey Adams, and then after that we will move to your tournament and see what is going on here.
It's not so much things what happened after bishop g5, f6, bishop e3. That's what we were considering. Knight e7. So it's a little bit changing the position of the knight, trying to bring it to more active position, and white played knight c2.
Black needs to prevent the threat of knight f4, knight e6 check. So knight g6 is the move which comes into mind as the first choice now, but maybe there are some problems with the bishop on b4. I don't know if white can play something like queen c4, but maybe it's not terrible because white's queen could be vulnerable at some lines. There could be knight e5, so knight g6 looks like the most natural choice now. Also, white cannot take on c6 because black would take, black would recapture, queen c4, and it seems to me that bishop c5 leaves black just a piece up. White takes, d takes, and queen d6, for example. So knight g6 looks like the most natural move and probably also the best one. Apart from that, black can also play something like c5 or bishop c5, but c5 leaves the bishop on b4 in danger after knight b3, whereas bishop c5 does not leave the bishop in danger, but I think just it makes more sense to activate the knight and threaten knight e5 in some lines than to play this.
How do you assess the position? Do you think that who is better, and what do you think?
Probably white still stands slightly better. I don't know. Okay, the question is what should white do with his queen now? Maybe c3 or maybe queen b3, knight e6 check, depriving black of the bishop pair, but I mean then it should not really be much. Maybe bishop c5 comes, and I don't know, knight e6 looks a bit strange now. I often do something like this with my king, but sometimes it doesn't end well. Black can take, queen takes e6, bishop takes e3, king takes e3, queen b8, a typical move in such structures, and I don't know, yes, after queen b3, there could be a queen b6 check, for example, or I mean, now it looks very double-edged and perhaps approximately equal, so maybe queen b3 is not the best idea. I don't know, maybe white should play something like c3, or even f4 is a move, but it creates plenty of weaknesses also.
Already some move. He chose to play bishop c5. Was not unfortunately was not following our advices, but it's his game. He has the right to do it.
Okay, so we'll come back to this game a little bit later. I think it's time. We haven't looked at the Grand Prix games in a little while. Let's start with the German clash between Rasmus Werner and Matthias Blübaum. It started with Arthur's beloved Petrov defense.
Yes, and we were talking about taking on e5, but he started with c3. Short castle happened, and now white took on e5. It actually looks very, very empty now.
Yes, white is playing for a slight advantage, but I somehow cannot see the advantage here. I mean, if black plays some precise moves, it should become very equal. But white still has some slight pressure. I'm wondering what happens now after queen takes f4 and rook c8, but possibly there is knight e5. Is there knight e5? I'm not sure, because I take and then there is bishop d6 if white takes with the rook. So maybe b4, or I have no idea. This is nothing. There is bishop.
Nothing.
Yes, maybe even less than nothing. Oh, okay. No, sorry. No, sorry.
b4, yeah?
Maybe b4, but it looks very strange. I mean,
something like rook e8 is still.
Maybe, yes. I don't know what to do with this position. Maybe. Yes, I'm wondering what happens after. Okay, maybe just f6, king f7. But we'll probably have to play bishop d6 sooner or later anyway, and I cannot assess how serious is the weakening of the d5 pawn now when white has played b4, which is also quite big decision. I mean, it creates some weaknesses and some play.
Nevertheless, he decided not to take on e4, although, okay, we haven't seen anything so horrible yet, yeah?
Yes.
So he decides to keep queens, and he played queen d7, maybe hoping later to attack the white queen, and decided not to help the development, but queen g3, that looks logical to me, to leave diagonal for the bishop. Bishop d6 also makes sense, and now bishop f4. So that simplifies it even further.
Perhaps white still has some slight initiative because the c7 pawn is vulnerable, so black cannot exchange all the rooks, and if he exchanges just one pair of rooks, the white will take control of the e file. And also the c6 knight is not placed optimally, so I assume that black's next plan is to improve the position of the knight somehow, to move the knight somewhere to play c6 then and exchange rooks, but he must do this carefully because white gets an option of playing knight e5, and especially after h6 was played, it might be a bit difficult to kick the knight out of e5 because f7, f6 is no longer an option with the g6 square so weakened. So maybe white still has something, some slight pull. After f6 now there would be h5, I guess, and knight h4.
The first, of course, white has to do something, but he can even make some waiting move. Yeah? Question how black is
would you
going
continue as white here? What would be your next plan?
I would try to make some little pawn moves, improving the position rather than deteriorating it. But it is easier said than done. Maybe
G3
maybe g3, king g2, and then h5. Black can also consider pushing f5, but it weakens the e5 square, and I'm afraid that if white plays knight e5 and then recaptures either with a pawn or first with a rook,
so
and then with a pawn.
Rook e4,
yes. And if white plays knight e5 and then recaptures, possibly first, I don't know if first with a pawn or with a rook and then with a pawn, he might have some minor structural edge. And also Black's king is no longer that safe after playing f5.
So it's a little bit almost in the way reminiscent of the first Petrov that Matthias Bluebaum played in the first round, where it didn't look like much, but Luke had a clear plan and
Luke had a very clear concept also, yes. Yes, what David said, pawn c7. The problem, I just want to show it for our viewers, that it's impossible to exchange everything exactly because the pawn is handling here. So we have little bit of problem how to release the tension, how to. So that's why it was this 5 interesting suggestion. What about rook e6? It's the same category, perhaps, yeah?
Rook e6 is a reasonable move. I would probably take it and hope to keep the f2 square protected. So either knight e5 or no, knight e5 doesn't work in view of queen d6 now. So queen e3, and after
maybe use the square.
Yes, after queen f7, I have king g2, and then rook e1, rook e2, knight e5, or maybe even something else. But it's important that Black cannot start active counterplay now.
Still a little bit more pleasant because of the weakness here, yes. So
maybe more than a little, because Black knight needs to protect e5, and white has some plan. Either white can push b4 and later b5, knight e5, or he can try,
something like this, maybe to try to protect.
I have a funny idea to play rook h1, h5, rook h4, but no, seriously, I would probably play rook e1 or rook f6, rook e2, and then think what to do with the knight, or maybe even rook e1, rook f6, queen e2, and knight h2 sometimes, but I don't know. White has just a pleasant risk-free advantage.
Okay, so we'll come back to this one, but it looks like, as you're saying, Rasmus just has a nice, pleasant advantage, I would say.
It's also interesting that Rasmus played e4, although he mostly plays d4 or knight f3 also in online games. So my guess is that both players know each other very well, so he tried to surprise Matthias. And Matthias mostly plays French defense, or at least used to play French defense regularly. But Rasmus plays it with Black himself, so maybe Matthias decided to play something else. And
I think it was Dimitri who told us that Matthias started playing the Petrov in the European Championship this year that he won, right? That he used it very effectively, I think there.
It might be the case, frankly speaking. I haven't followed his games there.
It's a very recent development.
I have just a question here because I have some idea. I don't know if to start with h6. I thought maybe to improve it, to do it with this rook, to be able later, in case of the same development, to be able maybe to play king f8.
Yes. Okay, another idea is to play rook e8 and not to play h6 if it is possible to do without the move, because then I can withdraw my knight, and after knight e5 I will always have f6. I mean, it's not so convincing. Black still needs to demonstrate.
Here f6. Yes.
Maybe not here. I don't know how to counter this exactly. So maybe you are right that it doesn't work move by move somehow.
In the game, by the way, Matthias has just decided to play knight d8.
Yes.
Okay, that's justification of this rook, to e8, and you have knight d8.
Yes, but he has already pawn on h6 and white has a pawn on g3. So I don't know how useful is g3 in these lines, but h6 is double-edged. On the one hand, it was necessary to prevent the White's h-pawn from reaching h6. So on the other hand, when White puts his knight on e5, f6 is no longer an option, or mostly it is not an option, so it's also sort of weakening.
So you mean now knight e5?
Probably, or I don't know. I cannot see anything better. Maybe also White can consider playing h5 instead, but knight e5 looks like the first move to be investigated, at least.
I just want to explain, just to show maybe what you were talking about. So queen goes somewhere, and then later, if black plays f6, we have knight g6. Somehow I want to show it. I don't know how to do it.
You can make White's move h5. I don't insist that it's a good move because it also opens black's knight away to g5. But okay, h5. The point is that
to illustrate
yes,
the point that White has the square g6 very comfortable now.
Queen takes f4, g takes f4, and White is winning here.
Accidentally, yes.
Okay.
Accidentally, we made some checkmate variation. Yes. Even checkmate.
Yes. I mean, black can play knight e6 instead, giving up an exchange, but it's not great. Technically lost.
Okay, so a pleasant position for Rasmus, and we can move on maybe to the game between Ervin Lamy and Luke McShane, which started out very interestingly. Now a lot of material has left the board already.
Yes, the game made me a bit sad because, I mean, I came here, I don't know how well I play in the second half of the tournament, but in the first half I played really poor chess. I was out of form, and also my opening decisions were really not good because I was not guessing correctly which line should I play, which should I avoid. And Luke McShane surprised me with this check on b4 on move 3 because I expected him to play King's Indian defense, or at least some Queen's Indian defense. But I was hesitating how to react because I didn't want to play the line which I regularly play just to avoid his preparation, but I avoided it. I remembered that there was some game, but I had looked at it some 5 years ago and of course didn't remember the details. But okay, bishop d2 is of course a reasonable option which I also considered, and now I am regretting not having played it. Because after queen e7, g3, knight c6, I mean...
Let's go back to...
Yes, to move 5 if you can. Yeah. White just doesn't risk anything, and it is also possible to play bishop g2. Bishop takes d2 now, and now White cannot recapture with the queen because of knight e4, queen b4, or can, but it's not so great. But knight takes d2 is still slightly better for White, and for example after d6 White can often transfer his knight later from d2 back to c3 through b1. So there are quite some lines where this is possible, and White has some slight initiative without too much risk. And in the game, White also had slight initiative without too much risk, but it seems Luke was prepared for this line. It looks slightly offbeat, but I mean, he is a bit behind in development, but if he completes the development without making any concessions, and he has reasonable chances to equalize. Of course, White has a space advantage. White should be slightly better here, but I mean, it's not terrible.
We left the game at this moment, and Ervin was thinking, and he came with rook d1. So it was a big choice, actually, where to put the rook. It reminds slightly this no-castling business again. Yeah,
I just wanted to mention it, that Ervin supports it also by refraining from castling even when he is allowed to.
It looks like they put him in the wrong tournament. He should be in no-castling chess event.
Okay, perhaps he considers playing d5 in some positions, and then the rook might be placed well on d1. In some lines, so with rook ac1, White can also play king e1 then, so it's just activation of the rook, a mysterious rook move, as Aaron Nimzovich would say. And
now he took, yes, okay, showing his cards.
Yes, but after, I mean, okay, Queen E7 was not an option anyway because of D5. But I mean, even if it were a move, then White could play King E1 with a slight advantage because he could castle artificially.
But then maybe Queen C3 and Pawn on C4.
I mean, after Queen E7, I mean,
if going back. Yeah.
The main problem is D5 then, of course. Yes. But I mean, even if it were not there,
we were talking, for example.
This move,
no. I meant if Black castles somewhere, for example, White can play Rook AC1 also, and if Black withdraws the Queen, then.
Where would you castle? Long?
I don't know. I said somewhere neutrally. Without determining it.
Okay, let's say somewhere.
Yes.
It's a short castle.
Yes.
And Rook C1, and if the Queen goes
just
back.
Rook C1.
Maybe Rook C1. The only problem is that D4 is hanging if Black takes on C3, so White probably has to take with the King anyway. I mean.
So for some reasons he prefers the Rook also to be on D1. We didn't know.
Actually, maybe White can even take with the Rook and then, but I mean, it's too speculative and too irrelevant.
Try to trap the bishop.
Yes, then play F3. And if he doesn't trap the bishop, he can attack Black's queenside pawn. So at least, I mean, interesting idea, but a bit too much detached from the real game continuation.
Anyway, he decided now at this time. Okay, he took now on C3, king takes C3, knight E7. Okay, so he doesn't need to worry about D5 anymore. And White decides to exchange it.
Can I ask a question about this position? So after the bishops come off, now material is even all 8 pawns actually still on the board, which is quite rare. How do you evaluate positions like this? Does White have something because of a bit more space, or what do you think?
White has some very slight something which might easily turn into nothing. I mean, if Black defends accurately or if White continues inaccurately. And okay, White still has more space, still controls some part of the center. This b6 might turn out to be a bigger weakening than g3. I mean, well, maybe in the future there could be some h7, h5, h4 continuation, exploiting the fact that the pawn is on g3. But I mean, it is easier to exploit opponents' weaknesses when your pieces are more active than when you are sort of defending. So I would slightly prefer White's position, but it's not much.
So we had a few more.
He played
moves.
d5 here. Yes. This is a big decision, huh?
Yes.
Because it in a way prepares to change the structure, and it's always a demanding thing to do.
Yes.
Perhaps
Luke is an active player, so he perhaps wants to get some squares for the knight and some files for his rooks.
Mm-hmm. So that's why he also took with knight, and understandably.
Yes.
Understandably, that was his idea, king b3. That's how we came to this position, long castle. Now,
I think it's fine for Black because he can play knight f6 sometimes, and he can also double rooks on the d file in some lines. I mean, not necessarily now, but if White pushes e4, Black can also get some counterplay. I don't know whether Black should play knight e7, king b7, and maybe sometimes later knight c6, or whether Black should play
White
knight
made
f6.
the move, rook a c1,
Yes.
which looks obvious, good. Yeah.
King b7 looks quite logical, although black can also play rook d7 perhaps. And actually I saw a very similar structure in one game in Czech individual championship, where white's pieces were more active than here. White had some light advantage, but still black's position was surprisingly solid, so I think it's just equal here. But far from drawish, because both sides have their trumps. I mean, white also needs to be a bit careful about the center, because the d4 pawn could become vulnerable, and if he plays e3 it also weakens a whole complex of squares, so maybe black could play g5 sometimes, and maybe I don't know what then.
What to do with this knight?
Yes, also some knight e1, knight d3, but black can also play some g4, knight f6, knight e4, f6, not to allow white's knight to reach e5. So I mean, black is fine here.
Let me ask you another question. Sometimes we might see in some tournaments a draw offer here from either side, but in this tournament there are no draw offers allowed. Are you a fan of that rule, or?
I think it makes sense. It's good that there is a competent arbiter, Mr. Filipovic, who is an international master, and when he understands very well when some position is drawish and when it makes sense to agree on a draw. So I think it makes sense in such a competition where all the players are paid for playing there and where they are invited. In ordinary open tournaments where most of the players are paying for their participation, it could be a bit controversial, but it's always the organizer who decides, and the players might agree or disagree with it. But I think in tournaments where grandmasters are paid to show some fighting chess, it makes a lot of sense to make some restrictions. I don't know whether it should be this or Sofia rules until move 40 or 30, it depends, but it's good that, for example, yesterday when we exchanged everything with Matthias, we were allowed to make a draw.
Mr. Filipovic was already standing there.
yes, exactly.
Okay, well, so we'll see what happens here. Most likely the game will lead to a draw, but I guess we all expect some long fights still ahead. And finally, the last game is Pavel Eljanov against Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
So here we left the position at the moment. I think black played queen c8, in fact, yeah? And I don't know, I was not very familiar with the move queen c8. Honestly, I had it only with d takes c4 and more conventional structure. But queen c8, okay, was tried. White took on d5.
By the way, I think that after dc8, bc8 and d3 with the more conventional structure, there was a famous game Kramnik-Friedman, which was possibly also played in Dortmund, where white sacrificed an exchange and a pawn and won by attack. I mean, the sacrifice was perhaps correct, but it was complicated. It was not winning. And I think now now it's getting very strategic, so perhaps I'm not the right person to commentate this, but Pavel is obviously playing for a long game, not for opening advantage, but for understanding and like this, because if he wanted to draw, he could perhaps play some rook c1, d4 with some simplifications, but he decided to play it more ambitiously, and I think the position is still about equal, but frankly speaking, I think black's position is comfortable, but maybe okay, depends on whether it is right.
I'm not sure that white is improving position, honestly, yes, that this exchanges, it looks like giving queen nice position on b7.
Yes, it can be double-edged. I'm now looking at the position which is currently on the board, and it's like one part of my personality suggests reasons why white is pushing, and another part of my personality reasons why black is at least equal. So it's some clash of conceptions, and it can be very interesting because black's bishop is fine, but
so let's see. Let's get to the current position first.
Well, to see what happened, because probably it's about equal. I would try to.
Pavel waited for queen b7 and then played d3, exploiting the fact that only one of black's minor pieces can stay on the c6 square, because black would be happy to have both of his minor pieces there.
Just let us show the problems, yes. And then if knight cannot go there, then okay, this is less active position for the knight.
The queen is not so great on b7 now, so Pavel decided to play e4 to... okay, sorry, not yet.
But basically on the next move.
Yes. And now on the one hand, black has some control of dark squares and would like to play bishop f6, exchange the bishops ideally without allowing knight e5, but even then it's not terrible, and perhaps push a4 then. But on the other hand, if white is able to push d4, he might have some initiative, but now it probably doesn't work, so white might play rook e1, which looks counterintuitive, but I mean, if it works, it makes sense, but there are many ifs, because the black could maybe play bishop b5 sometimes, and
you know Eljanov played your move, rook e1?
Maybe I saw it and then mentioned. I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't remember, but I mean, if white could play d4 now, he would be slightly better, perhaps. But it's black's turn, so one question is what happens after a4, d4, or...
Let us see. Yes. Let us see this.
Okay, a takes b3 looks like the first move to be investigated. Actually, white can even consider d5 here. I don't say it's good, but it's a move which should be considered. That's it.
That's what we can do it in analysis. But and unfortunately, we switch off the engine, so we are reliant on the calculations.
Okay, ed5. Okay, I will start with bishop d5, queen takes e7, bishop takes f3, and now black's back rank is quite weak, but white also needs some time to exploit that. So I'm wondering what is going on. I have no idea.
So we failed to see the decisive blow in the moment.
Bishop takes f3, then rook cd1, and if black doesn't protect the d7, white will take it, and I have no idea what happens after h6, for example. And if black plays queen c6, white has just a takes b3, and black is very unpleasantly pinned.
Very calm way to play. Also, maybe we had some... I don't know, rook
David,
d6
you really like to sacrifice pawns.
I like to sacrifice other people's pawns.
But you were sacrificing also your own ones.
Yes, but it was as a result of my inaccuracies. So I'm not sacrificing that much normally, so maybe I had better not sacrifice even here. But when it's other people's pawns, it's
easy, yeah?
Yes.
No harm then,
Yes, I mean, my point is that d5 needs to be investigated in such a position, and that it is in a way critical, because if white plays a takes b3, maybe black... Okay, then d5 comes
I don't know
anyway.
what is happening.
d5 is happening.
D5 now, yeah?
Now it's
D5.
also right, actually. Another thing is that instead of this a4, black can play bishop b5. On the one hand, the bishop leaves a diagonal, which can potentially be dangerous, but on the other hand, white cannot play d4 right now, and he needs some time to prepare it.
Maybe queen, yeah.
And also in some lines...
Or a4 first.
I don't know which is better. But also another point is that in some lines black can recapture on c5 with the knight without being afraid of some knight d4 move. I don't know whether rook ac8 is a move now or not, but I mean it looks approximately equal, and it might become sharp or very strategic depending on players' next moves.
It looks like a really very interesting game. Yeah, that Pavel played calm, but created an interesting situation where he can attack. I like this rook e1. I like it. Preparing just in time, because maybe if we would wait, and maybe black even would consider f6, e5. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just.
6 e5 allows knight h4 and then knight f5, or if black plays g6 then f4 perhaps, but I think this bishop f6 was annoying enough, just because then white would be unable to push d4.
If you do it now, you want
d4.
to play d4.
Yes. Another question is, what is white threatening right now? It's not so easy to tell. If black plays, for example, h6, another question is, what is going to be black's next move if white plays maybe h4, but maybe some a4 then comes. So I don't know. I just don't understand the position. But it's
maybe
if you don't understand the position, what chance?
Yes, you are right. Yes, you are right. There's e6 coming. Rook e8 now I play, and queen c2 maybe. Trying to push e6 anyway, or maybe to then e6.
So somehow with you we all get infected and we want to sacrifice pawns. Yeah.
Yes, I somehow have talent to turn everything into tactics. But I mean, this game is interesting because both players need to take into account both strategical and tactical aspects. I mean, strategy is so far prevalent, but there is tactics underlying in quite many variations.
Eljanov is a player, of course, who you know very well. You've both been around a long time, very experienced players. Deac is younger. What do you think? I don't know how much. Well, first of all, let me ask you, how much do you know about Bogdan Deac? How much have you seen of his games?
I played several games against him, not with very good results. And I know he is very talented and improving. Of course, I know Pavel Eljanov better because we know each other much longer. Okay, not since the childhood, but since since my 20 years or like this. So there are many very talented players nowadays, and I am unable to predict who of them will reach the top and who will not, because they are all very strong, and it is hard to predict who will grow farther and who will not get that far.
Yeah. And in this game, from what you know from the two players, who do you think the position suits better?
It's very hard to say because it's both strategic and tactical. So it suits better the player who is in better form.
Yes.
And even that is not such a clear response. But Pavel Eljanov seems to be in quite a good form. He won his initial 2 games, but Bogdan-Daniel Deac also won 1 game. I don't know, it's hard to make predictions. Any result can occur there.
For sure. Okay, so this one, very exciting. I think we will leave the Grand Prix games until you come back to us in roughly an hour. Maybe just a very quick look at Vishy's game, because I think what happened is very similar to what we were looking at.
Yes, we also saw rook takes a1, but we considered it insufficient, and it most likely is insufficient. Yes. But d4 looks like quite a good move, because if white plays king d3, he is able to activate his queen, stop the g pawn, and so on. So it seems to me that white is winning, but maybe a few precise moves are still required. I don't know.
But Vishy most likely will be able to make those precise.
Yes.
those precise moves. David, I think that's it for the chess part for now. I still have a question, and I see a few people in the chat asked you that question as well. Today is the International Day of Chess, and I love your chess tie. I always am a big fan of your chess tie. But it's also, in a way, a sad day because Magnus Carlsen has officially declared he will not be defending his title, his World Championship title. So what are your thoughts on Magnus's announcement?
I find it sad because I would be happier if he defended the title, but it's his decision. He has the right to decide it this way. I think it would be better to see him defending, but I can understand that perhaps he does not find that format so attractive because it requires a lot of preparation, months of preparation, a whole team, and then there are mostly many draws and much stress. So I don't know what was his motivation. This is just my interpretation, but it's good that Magnus Carlsen is going to continue his great career. He is world number one. And okay, I'm a bit sad about this decision, but on the other hand, maybe we will see some new contenders which might also be good in a way. So let's see.
Yeah, I think Magnus, in the interview where he announced it, said that he himself is excited to get back to the days where he could play without this pressure of the matches and, as you said, all the effort that goes into preparing. So yeah, now the new match, it looks like it will be Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding Liren. Two questions. What are your thoughts on that match, and what did you think of the candidates tournament that just recently concluded?
I don't know. It's very hard to predict the result of that match. It will depend on the preparation and also mostly on the form of the players. They are both very strong, and as for the candidates tournament, it was very interesting. Jan Nepomniachtchi played in a great form, and some of the other players were not in such a great form, and Fabiano Caruana started really well, but unfortunately his second half of the tournament didn't go well.
Yes.
So okay, it will be an interesting World Championship match anyway.
Maybe. Sorry.
No, I have no ideas.
No, I was going to say, who knows? I think some of the players, for example, for Hikaru, today is a tough day when Magnus announces, because in the last round he was so close to making that draw he needed against Ding Liren to come in second place. Also, Fabiano, I think a lot of the players during the candidates talk that they didn't really believe, that Magnus would step back, and maybe Fabiano would not take as much risk in the second half if he felt like maybe second place will be enough.
So it's you want to suggest that it pays off to trust the world champion?
Yes, I have to say I am one of the people I am not surprised. I mean, I was all this time saying I kind of believe him, because I think Magnus had been talking about it not just now, but he had been talking about it for years, how he didn't really enjoy playing these matches, and I did not believe that Magnus was saying this just to play some mind games, like.
Yes, but I'm not sure whether top chess players are so good at listening, and I think that also for understandable reasons they don't always trust what their rivals are saying publicly. So
that is a very good point you're making, of course. So yeah, looks like we'll have a new World Championship match on our hands, but first of all we have some very interesting games on our hands. Here we will let you go for now, but we already look forward to having you back in about 1 hour when we get into the time scramble side of things. So thank you so much, David, for joining us, and we look forward to having you back.
Thank you. See you soon, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And we will be going on a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with the rest of the action.
wish you all good luck, and the games can be started.
Press the clock.
Welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. As you can see, it's not just the two of us anymore. We have been joined by Grandmaster Dimitri Kollars.
Und es ist einfach auch gut für Dortmund und auch für das Turnier, dass wir so internationales Publikum bekommen. Also die Westfalenhallen sind eine Top-Location und es ist richtig angemessen für diese hohe Qualität auch des Turniers. Es sind tolle Partien, die hier laufen.
Ich denke, dass das eine wichtige traditionelle Veranstaltung ist, die ja schon seit fast 50 Jahren hier in Dortmund stattfindet, und das finde ich wichtig für die Stadt. Das macht alles einen insgesamt sehr professionellen Eindruck, und die Spieler und Spielerinnen habe ich ja auch gesehen. Hoffe ich, dass sie sich hier wohlfühlen in der Halle.
Hello and welcome back to day 4 here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. It was a pleasure having David Navara with us. Always a pleasure hearing from him. Such a kind but also such a knowledgeable person. And if you were tuned into our stream during the break, you saw that one game has ended already, not unexpectedly. When we last had a look, it looked like it was not looking so good for Daniel Fridman, but actually the game ended in a checkmate, and we're going to show you how.
I think that Daniel, obviously he saw what is coming, but he just wanted to demonstrate it for the public.
I think it's nice, for the public, especially in this format, you know, where it's kind of a show match. So let's see
let's take a closer look. I came back to the move 16. That way you can see the most important moment in the game. I think after bishop e3, only way it was maybe to retreat and to try to protect the pawn. Although white has a good position here. The move of Daniel g6 allows a nice refutation. Knight takes e5. If queen takes e5, then rook takes g4, and black queen is under attack. So that's probably was simply missed by Daniel, and he has to enter some strange-looking complications which were not working. We looked together with David at this position. He also preferred to take with pawn, and that seems to be a better move. And here there is some complications, and exactly that is the way how Daniel Fridman played it. This very funny possibility for black to win some material back. King d2. There is no perpetual check because white king can be hiding, and then
the queen will block.
Queen will block. And this position is lost. We also checked it together with David. Daniel decided to take the rook. Very nice move, leaving d3 square. And now white more or less coordinates his forces, and he needs to do it to stop the rook, to stop the g pawn. Yeah. And here king went away.
Nice move, king d3.
Yes, and now I think that Daniel was perfectly aware that he lost already, but he just goes till the end in some principled line. If given a time, maybe black can also create some threats. Let's say he may try to play b5 and then checkmate the opponent, something like this. Yeah. But so far, white king has a c4 square, and more important, white starts attack himself using the force of queen and knight.
A very powerful attacking pair.
Check. Very precise to be able to enter the 8th rank. Only move, understandably, otherwise would be checkmate in 1. But this is not much better, because after knight d7, white is threatening.
The king cannot escape.
So white coordinated his forces. All what black has to do is maybe to give a couple of checks. That's what was done. And now Daniel finishes the game with king b7, allowing the opponent to deliver checkmate.
So Vishy wins a very nice game today, and tomorrow he will be back in action against Dimitri Kollars. We remind everyone, we will remind you again at the end of the day, tomorrow is a rest day. We will not have any Grand Prix games, but we will have one game, Dimitri Kollars against Vishy Anand. Speaking of, yes, sorry.
Very important, of course, yes,
sure.
just to try to seize the lead in the tournament.
And let's see how Dmitry is getting on. I think it's quite important for him today to try and hold on, because to start on 0 out of 2 and then, well, not hold on, I mean, he can win if he wants.
Just to score some points, yes, that's always a good in such a tournament, of course, because most of the grandmasters entering such a category would thinking I need to get some points.
Yes.
That would be already good.
Yes.
Would be already good. He was actually playing a good game yesterday, and let us see what is going on today. His position was a little bit better. I think we left it in the moment where Black played bishop c5. Actually, David was preferring the move knight g6, and looks like an interesting possibility. Maybe the only explanation why Miki did not play it, that this possibility knight b3 and this bishop on b4 is isolated. So that was the reason for Black to choose bishop c5. So it's not because it's such a great move, but just because he was afraid to be cut from the main forces. And now we see rook a1 was played, queen e8. Rook a1 is more natural move. Why queen e8? I have slight difficulties. Alternative would be knight g6. So that it's actually not very clear what is the right way in this position. Queen e8 is kind of reflex. Yeah, you go away from the line where opponent puts his rooks. Yeah. Let us see what happened. c4, just a solid move of Dmitry to get some space on the queen side. The fate of this bishop varies, Michael. He wants
to create some space.
He wants to create some space. More positive would be move knight g6 with idea knight e5. But a5 is more defensive operation. What happened? Knight e4. So now we don't have this knight g6. That's actually some achievement. Yes, because after knight g6, white can exchange this knight. And we have some position with some space advantage for white, and maybe some weaknesses on the queen side now started to be felt, in a way. Still, Black has to think how to bring the rook and king on the better places, and the rook h8 especially needs some attention. So Black is not solving all problems here. What happened? Queen f7. It's actually amazing how calm he is accepting this situation. White decides to exchange some pieces. The character of the game would not change much unless Black would be able to bring the rook. In all this situation, White will enjoy his life because he has a much better coordination.
c5.
You mean this maybe square now is weakened?
And of course, well, Dmitry followed the invitation and just jumped straight in.
Yes. Also, not exactly the most obvious move. Why? Maybe he was afraid of White playing c5. True. Could be the case for this reaction. But of course, you're absolutely right. Now it was an invitation, and I don't think that Dmitry thought for a long time.
No.
After this move, it's just inviting the knight.
Absolutely. So now, well, we're hitting c7. Should black think about taking the knight or not?
Okay.
It looks like maybe we can even take with the
possible.
pawn, maybe even, yeah.
And then to jump to
Yes.
g6. Oh, that I missed this option totally. You're absolutely
And now
right. Yeah.
g6 is weak, e6.
But g6 is one, and this is another weakness. I'm sorry about my using of all this big colors.
So taking, I think, is not advisable, probably.
No, you're absolutely right. Here, so black has to protect the pawn, yes, because also there is no option to play c6. Pawn on d6 would be falling immediately. So rook c8 is like only
It's a
move.
bit of a sad move to make, but probably the only.
But that shows that Dmitry has advantage,
Yes.
and this advantage is serious.
Yes.
What he needs to do somehow to be able
Mickey
to.
took.
Oh,
Mickey took
Mickey
on
took
d5.
on d5, and we thought this is not a good move because of e takes d5, but actually created a concrete threat, knight g6 check. And you also write about square e6. It's a very nice position.
So now what? Black has to either move the king or the rook?
Let's say black defends it against it.
Yeah, Mickey has just played actually rook h6.
Okay, very good. So we are on the track. And let's say white plays, I don't know with which rook, creating the threat knight e6 also. Again, the problem of black is, the main problem is the coordination. How to bring this knight, this rook.
Yeah, because the rook is still stuck.
It's even worse in a way,
Yes.
Even worse. So, of course, it could be some drastic measures like g5. Yeah?
We are very brave.
No. I just want to investigate.
Yes.
Now we have knight e6 coming. That is a using of four-post or some protected square. And if black takes, of course, we can take with rook, but another great option, take with pawn, because then we have extremely strong element in the position, past pawn, very far.
Yeah, probably here black has to play, I guess, queen e7.
Queen e7, but the position is very, very dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah. Something like this happens, dangerous position. So anyway, black is deep in defense.
Dmitry played the other rook, but probably doesn't make a big difference.
That means that he takes this g5 possibility even more serious.
Yes.
Yeah?
Maybe even better then.
Could be basically because what rook was doing on d1 was not very clear. So at least this g5 is out of question now, I say.
Okay, so Dmitry actually in great shape today, and I think the position. Yesterday he was also better, but today it's an advantage that it feels like it's easier to hold on to, like black doesn't have as much counterplay or counter chances, let's say.
It's actually also looked, he was very much in control yesterday, and all of a sudden he just presented this opportunity for Daniel to attack after d4, d5. That was very unfortunate, and even he got chances later and still lost the game. But now he makes a good impression, very concentrated impression.
He's up on the clock as well, so I really like Dmitry's chances today, and this gives us the opportunity to go back to our Grand Prix games. And we'll start, well, with the German clash between Rasmus Wanne and Matthias Blübaum. When David was here, we thought position slightly more pleasant for, well...
For white, yes. Yes, we were preferring white position. I was here suggesting to play the other move, but probably not a big deal. That's what happened in the game, and we also saw here the move knight d8 played by Matthias. Not forced move, they were not decisive threat, but he wanted to do something about this knight, and he decided knight d8. We were not able in analysis to indicate the way to equalize.
Yes.
It's probably not
Maybe
that
it's just
simple.
wasn't there, yeah.
I am using an engine now, I have to admit it, and the engine sees a very tiny advantage for white only and suggests the move knight e7. Not the most easy move, I must say.
But also the engine then jumps a little bit, so
Exactly.
we don't know how much we can
later
trust
he
it.
can say, oops,
Yes.
and said,
I
still...
think from a human point of view especially, it's just so much more pleasant to play for white.
Anyway, knight d8 looks like in the same direction. At least they're trying to regroup the knight from c6. So it's not far away from computer's assessment. White played knight e5, which we also were considering, queen d6. And here we were discussing that black can't play f6 because of the square g6. The move in the game queen f3 we did not consider, but of course it is possible, just trying to keep queens. What happened here, black
Yes, still a few more moves.
played rook e7, yes, rook e3, understandable again.
Everything normal so
yeah,
far,
but
both players doubling on the e-file.
Yes, so that's what we saw, both are ready. And black decided still to play f6 after preparation, because now he can change more material. Okay, that was his explanation. So let's say if knight g6, black wanted to exchange everything, more or less, and then maybe just to say, okay, knight is active, but that's it, yeah? Not so many pieces left. We can hold this position.
Yeah.
So that is some idea, defensive idea. And Rasmus played much more interesting move, not expected actually, yeah, to go
G4,
to G4, not to enter G6 where it is active, but a little bit not together with all other pieces, but knight G4, maybe some tactical ideas. At the same time, I'm trying to understand everything. If rook takes, what may be the idea?
We get the f5 square, but then after
F5
that it's
square.
not so clear.
It doesn't look so much, yes, but after, let's say, something like queen e6, queen g4, then we have problems, yes. So it is still, and even after queen d7, queen g4, we have a threat, knight takes h6, yes. No, so
Even after a move like king h7, still knight h6.
well, that's a very lovely trick, yes. Knight is protecting backwards. Very nice move, knight g4. I must say Rasmus is in a good shape today, yeah, creating some problems for black. But Matthias defends with c6, clever, yeah, protects d5, waits what happens.
Now queen f5, so the queen is looking to get in maybe
To
to
g6.
g6, yes.
Did we have any alternatives? Not clear alternatives. It would be possible also to exchange and then to come to e3, but okay, that's not very clear alternative. We played queen f5. Black also finds a time to bring the knight in the game. Matthias defense, yes. Initiative is on the right side, but not so much, yeah?
Yes, so what will, if I go Queen G6 now?
Well, he already protected in advance the square, so still we need to be careful. Maybe King F8. The advantage of the knight on F7 that this protects the square H8, so something like Queen H7 is not creating any threat.
I mean, it's one of these positions that just, everything looks so beautiful, but it's not clear how to make progress.
It's not so many pieces left. Yeah, that was a part of the strategy of Matthias to exchange some dangerous bishops, for example. Yeah. Like white squared bishop disappeared. Yeah. So that's good defending of Matthias, and now Rasmus is still thinking how to proceed, what to do.
I think a very good chance that this game will end in a draw. I think Rasmus has played well, but Matthias has defended well.
Yes, not losing his head and protecting some weak spots. Yeah, very interesting.
Okay, we will see what happens. For now, we can move on to Ervin Lamy and Luke McShane, another very interesting endgame. And, well, let's go back.
There looks like, comparing to game Anand against Daniel Fridman, it looks like a slow motion chess. Yes. Because they only made 2 moves from our last visit. Just a little bit, a little bit more than 2 moves, but it looked like
it looks very similar.
Yeah, we analyzed also the move Rook D7, and here Rook C2 was played. I thought about the move F3 also, but okay, Rook C2 is no harm. King B7. Knight E1. David said that black is fine, and looks like he is right. Attacking pawn on D4, maybe in the nearest future.
And interesting, not defending, but even removing the defender. But instead,
yes, I think he was afraid that he would be kind of pinned here. Yeah? So something like this would happen, and you are pinned, and so he just tries
actually nice move, probably.
Rook D to C1, trying to be positive, to create a pressure. Let's see what black did at this moment. F6. Deac is playing. Look is playing very interesting. What is the point of F6? To control the square. And I think he probably just anticipates that knight is appearing here and already makes the move.
Some more prophylaxis.
Some more prophylaxis. Yeah, just takes a move that he would do it anyway. Yeah? And now let us see what opponent is doing. E3, G5. G5 is an aggressive move. It's actually in many cases you like to have it. Yeah? So G5.
Okay, now, so does black want to go H5, H4 later, or do you just want to...
Very possible, very possible. That's why also the rook is still staying, he hasn't moved yet. Let us see this actually. Let's say knight D3. Knight D3 could be met by C5 or even E5, yeah, because knight...
Yes. So D3 is not a good square.
So where to put the knight? That's actually the problem, yeah?
Can we go did we come? Where did we come
we
from?
came from f3, and maybe we need to come back now. Actually, also in the view what you said, or maybe we came from g2, then it is not so
then
depressing.
it makes sense, yeah.
Then it is not so depressing. If we came from...
And then we want to go to d2 maybe, and
Okay,
C4,
now I'm more confident. There are some players who can really do these things. Yeah? They came from f3, they play knight e1, it doesn't matter to them.
Yes.
Yeah? They just on the next move they go back. I always admired these people. Yeah? It took me like 40 years to learn it. Yeah? I could do it, but only after like 40 years.
Psychologically, it's just so difficult.
Yes, accepting that, okay, I made mistake, doesn't matter, I correct it on the next move. Great.
Very hard to do.
Great thing, yeah. Just so it happened, yeah. It happened, okay. But of course, we know that knight came from g2 to f3, which is
feel a bit better.
makes it much easier, of course.
Okay, let's say h5.
So okay, the h5 possible. Let us examine these all possibilities. So what you said, knight maybe d2, maybe to come to e4. Yeah?
Okay,
maybe
let's
to
go
hit
h4.
We're ignoring this. Okay, knight e4, and you probably can come back also. Black went away, but coming back. Okay, that's actually also what I admire from the games of former world champion Magnus Carlsen, who unfortunately decided not to defend his title. That is the ability to move pieces backwards and forwards, and not to be really much concerned about what he did on the previous move, first of all, and just sometimes the situation changes to his favor, then he comes back. He's really open-minded. So that is a possible position, of course.
Yeah, so knight f3. Oh, actually, Luke has gone h5.
Not a good sign that
repeating
our play. They should be independent. Yes, we don't mind them to play their own game, but okay, if they like our moves, then it's still okay. So we think about equal position. Of course, it's nothing so special. Simply, we don't see where white can break through and create some threats. So it is just probably a little bit positional game. Maybe try not to make damage to your position.
Well, Ervin is from h4.
Okay, that is a choice. Yeah. Black can play g4, obviously. What else? And now knight d2. Yeah. So it was a question whether it is worth to provoke it, or who will profit from this change.
And now what?
Now we have new possibilities for Luke. Maybe something like e5 comes to consideration. Now the situation is improved in this sense.
Because of this, because I am always a bit afraid to get this isolated pawn, but I guess the point is that this backward pawn on f2 maybe.
Yes, we fixed it with g5, g4, and actually would be interesting to attack. But what are you saying that we can take? Yeah? Maybe put the knight on e4, something like this. Make a lot of sense. Yeah? So what black can do, let's say, maybe rook f8, controlling the position.
But how do you evaluate this position? Just equal? Because for me it kind of feels like, okay, I like.
It's not so simple.
But f2 is defended twice.
Well, if we exchange, for example, this knight, and that's probably one of the black's main idea, then we have square f2. It's probably very close to be equal, but
would you rather play black?
in a way, yes, because I see what I'm doing, what black is doing, and I'm not sure how to understand what is white's plan.
Yes.
So, and for me personally, it was always important to find a plan. I just couldn't master just not doing anything. That's
another very difficult thing to do.
Yes, that's at least I am not good at this component at all. Yeah? I need plan. I want to develop my game logically. But
okay, well, we'll see what happens. Ervin has gone back to d2, and we'll check in with probably the richest game of the day, Eljanov against Deac.
Yes, that's actually also looks almost like a slow motion battle.
To think that one game has already finished.
Yes, but we talked about the strategical character of the game. I just put a couple of moves away, yes. And in this moment, Eljanov played very interesting move, rook e1, preparing d4, and we were discussing a4 and all this stuff. Yeah, so it was interesting moment. Black decided to not to do much, not to use this chance with a4. Actually, what we can now check maybe our analysis we wanted to see. This was very complicated. This was very complicated position. Another plan for black to use the rook and to play a4. Rook c8 was played in the game, and white pushed d4. Sometimes the threat, or not sometimes, here the threat could be d5 already. So that explains why bishop went away from the possible opening of the line. And rook c d1. So really it looks like a slow motion battle. Strategically, white achieved his goal, to play d4. The question if it is really much. Yeah?
The other question is Pavel's time situation. 11 minutes and still 21 moves to make.
Oh, that's actually could be a very serious issue. I'm afraid, and it's actually I somehow I didn't understand that why Pavel loses so much time. Yeah?
But it's also, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Deac also starts burning a lot of time. I think there's a very good chance we'll just see another big time scramble involving, Deac, I think, almost every single day. We saw him in some time scramble.
True, but it looks like he also probably plays a lot of online, and so this generation, they are not afraid to have, like, say, 1 minute. Just.
But Pavel looks also very calm. So for now, I'm not too worried, but.
True, Alvor, it is really goes into the direction of time trouble. 11 minutes for such a complicated position, I would be nervous already. I would be really nervous.
What do you think Bogdan will play?
It's another good question. Yeah? So maybe knight f6, trying to clarify the situation. Let us see what happens if white takes on c5 first. Black can exchange and take on e4. We can then take on c5. Let us see, rook d1. And
every single move is like
there is a choice.
Not a single obvious move for the player.
Yes, you can do this or that, but it doesn't look so bad for black. It doesn't look so bad for black. At least it looks like black also has a lot of chances. For example, we take here rook c1 is coming. and so on. Yeah? So it is, nothing is so wrong in Black's position, so maybe he is ready. Yeah? He is ready to open fight. 85 looks like an interesting. Probably better try. So, because we protected also our central pawn and we want to grab and then attack. Let us see, c takes d4. I thought knight takes c6 would be most likely. And queen takes c6. And such a position. Let's say we take with bishop. For some reasons, Black tried to play bishop. Potentially some advantage for white. Yeah? But actually, knight f6 was played. But it's definitely not that big deal. Yeah? Not so much. And if Black would be able to exchange squared bishops, for example, then kind of.
Yeah, all games today are kind of in the balance. Some of them have few pieces remaining, some have all the pieces almost. Okay, we'll come back to this one. Shall we check in with Dimitri? Dimitri and Mickey Adams.
Because we thought that Dimitri had the good chances, especially after a risky decision of Adams to take on d5, because after pawn takes d5, threat to g6 forced him to put the rook on h6, rook d1 happened, and white simply has an open line. You see what is the big problem here? Let me see. I don't understand it actually. Why not to take simply and then rook e1?
Yeah. This I'm also not.
The reason why I am not with Dmitry, simple. White is winning the battle over the open line without any effort, and without any complications. What happened in the game, I don't like, at least because of this possibility to use the square. But maybe Dmitry anticipated it, so let's hope and to see what was going on.
Now queen b3, so trying to use this b file.
The threat just to give check.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's the problem of Black position. There is some fight going on, concrete fight, and the rook is not playing. So White has an extra rook in such a situation. So it's very, very tough for Black to defend. Check. And indeed, now looks like a critical situation for Black. And look at this, this is not going to move.
Yeah, Mickey really in big trouble here. He's trying a4 because, okay, it's just difficult to find
just makes a move, yes. But that is already, looks like almost a desperate.
If it was, again, if it was a blitz game, probably I would just play a3, something like this, and say, okay,
just give him
what will you do next?
There are many good options for White. The direct option also is just to attack it.
Yeah.
Maybe Queen d7 is his idea.
I guess we want to keep the queen to just not
after
allow
Queen
this
f8, we almost in Zugzwang out of moves. It's horrible, eh?
No, I mean this position is really
doesn't look good.
Really awful.
No, it doesn't look good. Let us see if Dmitry is thinking.
Yeah, so he's thinking after a4. I think again it's a case of having so many nice options to choose from.
Yes, what you said, just make a random move and see what black is going to do, for example.
B3 also looks good. B3 with the idea of maybe opening the A file and maybe we can bring the other rook to A1 and A8.
That is true, yeah.
Hard to give any advice here to black.
Yes.
I like B3 a lot actually.
Also, just to keep everything, just to see what black is doing at all,
Yeah. No, I think Dmitry is in a great shape, and if he can keep his calm, but from what we can see on the camera, he looks very calm.
So we are not doing anything, we just
wait.
And maybe it is Zugzwang for black. That's the point. So let's see how black can react, something like this. Queen F8 was our move,
Can you go Queen C8 there?
Yeah, that's probably only a reasonable concept. Now we need to take the lion. This is problem number 2.
Just the rook down,
Yes, even in the ending like this, okay, doesn't matter. We still rook down. We still rook down, and then maybe rook e7 is coming.
Oh, it's horrible.
Hitting everything.
Okay, I mean Dmitry, I think at this point his position is basically winning. He just needs to
keep
a
calm,
cool head.
and because he played a brilliant game. Okay, maybe helped by mistake, but this would be like one of the no castle classics.
Yes, for sure.
How to use the mistake of the opponent.
Yeah. What did he make?
G3.
G3.
I think he is in our concept more or less. More or less. Maybe Queen D7 is now the only move for black. Queen D7, Queen F8, and Queen C8. This is how Mickey would be defending. Now what happens in our variation? It still looks like very difficult position. Very difficult position for Mickey.
Okay, at least we can get the rook back, but at the cost of a pawn.
Yes. Maybe it is a slightly better version. What we got was much more static and better.
Yes.
And I like also our move for actually rook a3 now in retrospect. But to save it is still so difficult. It's so difficult. Something like this may happen, and white has a healthy extra pawn. Good winning chances.
But wait, did Mickey? No, Mickey is still thinking.
He's still thinking, but
okay, he kind of has to go in D7. No?
I failed to see any move at all. So what to play? Queen D7. Of course, he understands that this ending is coming, and is not happy about it.
For sure. Okay, let's come back here. Let's go to Rasmus and Matthias Blübaum, where all the rooks have disappeared and we have a pure queen and knight ending. Are they repeating already or not?
So yes, how it happened first of all. Yes, we left it after knight f7, and we thought difficult to improve position, and now black started to exchange, and we have some repetition of the moves, but now Matthias says, no, I don't want to draw.
Interesting. That's
of course interesting, but also he has a double time, and if he's confident in the position, and actually why...
I was sure that when I saw that we had this repetition, I thought, okay...
The draw, yeah?
Yes.
The draw is happening, but that's maybe also what Rasmus was thinking, but Matthias is fighting.
Yes.
Yes, he just decides to keep playing this position. Of course, it looks very equal, yes, but that's actually a good example. Why not to play equal, fight and to play equal position?
I'm curious, Rasmus was already hovering with his hand over the queen. Where do you think the queen will go?
Well, okay. I think he played it. He played
Queen
it already.
F4,
Queen F4, yes.
I would probably still... I mean, I don't know, black has the e-file, of course, but somehow this black pawns, I don't know if I can get my knight to g4, something like this would be...
Well, it looks not as the most exciting position, actually.
No.
I would say.
Maybe we move on from
we
here.
move on. Draw should be not
somewhere on the cards.
Yes.
So we're gonna move on to another ending. This one has more life in it.
Yes, so that's what we were talking about. Exactly this type of position. Only we were not really sure if black has advantage or it is just optical. Yes, we were thinking here on pawn takes e5 and then knight e4. It was different move order, but it's actually the same position. Absolutely the same position happened. Now Ervin found the move a3, a little bit mysterious, but probably he wants to go with king to a2 and be able to play b4, blocking the pawn on c5. So black answered with knight e5. I thought also one of the ideas of Luke maybe to exchange this knight and to play rook ending. And that's it. That's what happened so far. So not so much.
No.
We can continue maybe to see what are our plans, what are the changing in the position. Let's say king a2 with idea b4.
One question I have, does black ever want to play c5 or it's too weakening?
Yes, here I am afraid of some tactical problem that white can take.
I can just take.
Check. And now we are in some tactical mess.
Yes.
So again, no need for black to try it. To try it, or not yet. And I want to check also knight d6, what is going on. Maybe white can attack with rook d1. Okay. That is possible to try, for black at least. Another possible move, and just play a5 to stop maybe.
But it also feels quite even, right? It's kind of hard to see.
It is anyway not much, and okay, here black can try to play for some space advantage. Yes, I would slightly prefer black, because again I confess that I see some idea for black what he may be playing. I don't know what white wants to do.
Okay, and finally a quick look at Eljanov and Deac, and after that we will take a short break before the time really ticks down.
It looks like again that we almost get it in our analysis.
Yes.
True? Yeah.
Yes.
We almost had it in analysis.
Absolutely.
Let me see what is the difference. I think we thought instead of rook takes d4, we thought about bishop takes d4, but otherwise we had the same position. Rook takes d4 probably more natural, not but leads to exchange of more pieces at the same time. A4 of Deac, interesting. Not very clear what he wants there to achieve. White just played rook d1. Improving the position, yes.
What about the bishop here in this position? Is it something?
It is definitely something, or it is only thing what White is playing for. Although, of course, at the moment it's not clear how to use it as unit. Yeah? Maybe in some future endgame, White can play f3 and then bishop goes to f1. Yeah? The problem in this structure that bishop, dark squared bishop could be also exchanged, and then we don't have much. It's slightly more pleasant probably for White.
Right, yeah. Well, here we will see what happens with the time situation, because now Deac is catching up
yes,
already.
and more important that Pavel plays with higher speed now.
Yes.
Not wasting time, and not he still has about 10 minutes. And it's his situation slightly improved in time sense.
So, well, we will take a quick break now. For now, it looks like in the NC World Masters, Dmitry Kollars is in great shape. And in the Grand Prix, everything is roughly in the balance. So stay tuned, and we will be back in 10 minutes, joined by Grandmaster David Navara. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back. Today 4 here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy, and we're delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster David Navara. And actually I just was surprised because I think one game has finished during the break. In the top left corner it looks like Matthias Blübaum and Rasmus Vanne, I think, are gone. No? Let's quickly
check
kick the game, but I think that looks like a game that is over with the two kings in the middle. I think we didn't miss so much. We can just quickly show the last few moves.
The last moves, yes. Seems to be that the trying to play for win was
short-lived.
Short. Was not long enough, and black took queen d6. Queen e4, and they started to repeat now. White is not, no way white is worse, yes, and if white agrees and draw.
Maybe white could play c5 now to prevent knight d6, to prevent the activation of black's knight, c5, because then white probably wants to play a4, a5 to gain some space on the queen side, and if black plays b6, it also weakens quite some pawns, so white gets some options. Maybe it's not much, but for example now after b6 there could be d5, c d5, knight takes d5 with some unpleasant threats. d5.
d5?
Yes.
And knight takes d5, of course, hits. Okay, this is interesting. So, king g7 first?
I generally want to play knight c4, but I don't know whether I should start with knight c4 or play a4. It depends on whether b6 is a reasonable reply to a4 or not. But knight c4 looks logical, but maybe there is knight h6, I don't know. Knight h6, knight f5, but I played knight d6, maybe knight f7, no, then there is knight e8, so there's
not a good repetition. Then.
Yes, and if black plays knight f5 here, what?
Okay, so he has to do something else, yes?
Oh, maybe. Maybe he has queen d5, because if white takes it and plays knight e3, there could be knight d8, knight c6, but white also has other options. Okay, anyway, knight d8 perhaps.
Knight e5, b6 simply.
Okay, knight a5, knight d8, and I will
also
bring
possible.
the king.
Okay, also possible, of course, yes.
Because after b6 there is knight c6.
So David, you are trying to bring the life also in this position.
Yes.
True? Possible? Yeah.
Yes, I think it's possible.
Yes.
Magnus would push for sure, and maybe he would win some games. But after c5, b6, maybe a4 is the move. I don't know, but I think there are some chances. Not much, but maybe it's not so pleasant to... not now a4, but instead here there is d5. But if black plays king g7 instead, c5.
Yes,
king g7.
We choose different.
Yes, so maybe now a4. I don't know if b6 works or not, but even if black exchanges on c5, okay, there's problem with knight e5 then coming. But if white can prevent it somehow, I don't know whether knight c4 immediately or after the exchange, or maybe
it's also hard to imagine that white is risking anything. Yes,
yes, but
so why not to play?
Yes,
just
it is only slightly. Okay, sorry. It is also hard to imagine how should white achieve something real, but of course he could play without any risk and try.
I think you're making a very good point, and it certainly would have been interesting to see this endgame continue, but the players decided to repeat moves. Also, they will be teammates in 1 week, so I think they gave us a good fight.
That's actually a good question to David. If you play your teammates, do you have some special feelings about the game? Is it easier for you or more difficult for you to play?
I mean, if it is a very good friend, then it is more difficult, especially if we had analyzed some openings together, because I'm occasionally playing one friend with whom we used to analyze many lines together. So as it is undesirable to play those lines, at least to play them too often, there is mostly the question who deviates first from our analysis, and if anyone deviates from them, or if we, because we occasionally also play something what we had analyzed before together. So, I mean, it might be more difficult. But I'm used to it because I am playing many leagues, or maybe not so many nowadays, but I used to play even more of them. And it happened to me that a player who was my teammate at one weekend was my opponent a week later, or a week before.
How many leagues are you playing?
I don't know, now not really so many, and some of them take place at once, so less than I used to, but my record was around 7 leagues per season, but some of them were played in one place during 7 or 9 days, like a tournament, so it is hard to say.
Okay, let's go back to the game.
So here there was a repetition, so let's leave it.
So we'll go back to Dmitry Kollars, maybe quickly, because I think they went down this line that we were looking at before the break, and you guys also had a bit.
It is interesting that even though they are playing without castling, Black's king ended on g8, and even more funny is what would happen after h8 now, because there would be mate in one after g7, but of course it's irrelevant. I just couldn't help mentioning this.
Do you have a feeling that maybe there is a small chance for Michael?
Perhaps small. I think he should take on e6, push f5, and play king f8 as soon as possible and hope for the best. But maybe this is
idea.
Yes, maybe his idea is better. I don't know. But my idea was to take on e6. I understand it's not great. I understand it should be lost, but d takes e6 perhaps, then f5. I don't know if white is going to play king g3 or what. It depends actually. Maybe white just takes on c7, rook takes e6, rook a7, and maybe black's rook is unable to get anywhere because.
So let's put the moves on the board, maybe.
Yes.
Looks very interesting.
Yes. Maybe there is d5 and rook b6, but it should not be enough with black's king so passive, because it's okay. I just take, and now either king e3 or rook takes a4 and then king e3 or king g3. It should be winning for white. So
and it looks really good, yeah.
Yes.
King f4.
Maybe even d6. I think d6.
Or even d6.
Yes, d6.
Straight away, because threat of the check, and we control d2. Yeah?
Yes, so it should be winning, so perhaps bishop d3 is a better chance.
And now after bishop d3, well, Dmitry has just played b3, defending the pawn on c4. What do you make of that move?
Like a3.
No, a3 doesn't work because white plays rook takes c7, or maybe rook g7 check first. No, this is fine. And rook a7, rook takes a3 with tempo then. So black has to play either bishop b1, which loses, or a takes b3 and bishop c2, which probably also loses, but not so quickly maybe.
So that he tried, and now bishop c2, yes? What else can he do?
He can also play rook h7, but it doesn't look good.
I think he just played bishop c2.
Yes, I think white will probably manage to win the d6 pawn without losing the c4 pawn, or maybe he doesn't mind losing that pawn. He can actually even play king e3 now, and I don't know if immediately or with...
But to defend simply, yeah?
Yes, to play king d3, but of course there are some questions about king e3, rook g6, but it should not really be
So let's just have a look. So king e3.
Yes, so maybe I don't know what should black play. Maybe black can take on b3 and after... No, he cannot. My idea was to play king d3, rook h7, but white can just exchange the rooks on h7 perhaps. Takes, knight takes c7, king g6, knight goes... okay, king g6 is probably the only chance. Knight e8, for example, king f5, knight takes d6, king f4, knight b7, for example.
And the pawn.
Yes, and even the knight takes c5 comes with tempo. So it's winning here. So black needs to do something else. So maybe on move 38 he has rook g6. I mean, it's not great, but you need to search for chances.
At all costs, yes.
Yes. I mean, after all, the c4 pawn or f3 pawn could be vulnerable, but it should be lost.
I have a question. Could white throw in some rook g7 on the previous move before going king e3?
He played differently.
You can, but I will insert rook h7 then. I mean, if you play rook g7 and then king e3, I have rook h7 perhaps. So.
Yes.
Look, he has different idea. He gave check.
C7, so it's winning. Yes, you're right. Yes, king f7.
And then I think he just want to protect and then take with knight.
I mean, black's strategy consists in the fact that his rook is inactive and there is probably no way how to activate that rook.
It's very nice move.
Yes.
Huh? Very nice.
Yes, actually after rook g6, maybe black will play rook h7 and king g6, but it's just lost. I mean, it cannot work. Maybe first king g6 and because now white can even play king e3 or something. But okay, knight takes c7, king g6, but there's even knight e8 now, rook d7 or rook b6, then it's just
We
lost.
can couple these weaknesses.
Yes.
I mean, it looks like it's been a really nice game by Dmitry. Are you impressed not by how quickly he adapted to going from playing the Grand Prix to playing the no castling event?
Yes, he played a very good game, really, great game.
Okay, so let's go back to the Grand Prix and we can start
with Ervin's game, because Ervin is also playing no castling.
So let's go
Logical choice, yes.
Yes.
It's actually happened again, some variation what we were looking at. Yeah. Happened in the game after some repetition of the moves.
So who decided to play on?
Rook ff7, okay, similar position.
Yeah.
And now white repeated the moves, black repeated the moves. They did not want to repeat the moves, and now knight d6. So it looks like somebody is trying in this position, but you can take on h5 because you will be trapped. Yeah? So rook is now protected. So this is not a bad maybe idea. And knight c3 was played.
Yes. Black would love to put his knight on e4, but it's not possible when white's knight is still there. But maybe if black manages to first to neutralize threats to the c7 pawn and then somehow to double rooks on the f file, then white might face some difficulties. Maybe white can double on the second rank, but I mean, without the knights, it could be really dangerous for white if black could activate his king, because this f2 pawn is vulnerable, and when white loses this f2 pawn, even as a part of an exchange, it can become really bad.
So we also preferred black, because it was understandable that okay, knight may come to d6, exchange of knights could make sense. It was much more difficult to find ideas for white, what to do with white.
I think maybe we should come back to this endgame in a bit, because I think there is more life and less time on the clock, especially in the game between Eljanov and Deac.
Yes, the position is most likely balanced, and I think it will probably end in a draw. But they are both playing well. It's a strategically interesting game. Some moves ago, when I saw this position, I don't know, 8 moves ago, or maybe around move 25, my impression was that black is fine because the f2 pawn could become vulnerable in some lines. Sometimes black has bishop c5, and no matter whether the bishops are exchanged or not, white's g2 bishop cannot protect f2, whereas black's knight can attack it. So that's why black should be fine. I mean, it's equal. I even came here and there was an engine evaluation that it was equal, but it hadn't really surprised me. I mean, it looked so.
They have some sharp move in the moment, so we need now, because white played bishop g5 and black answered f6.
So now there could be some interesting ideas with bishop h3, but black can even take with the queen on b3, and there is even queen b1 check sometimes. So I think it will somehow end in a draw, but of course both players need to stay alert and to calculate and to play quickly and well, so it's not easy.
So what is this idea with bishop?
Bishop f4?
Maybe bishop e3. After bishop f4, I would probably play e5. Queen takes.
No, I thought about something about this. Maybe I was dreaming.
I would love to play h4 and bishop h3 at the same time, but somehow it cannot. Somehow it's not allowed. So b takes.
Maybe it can be a new variant.
And then I have check. Yes, I need really double move.
Maybe white is pushing anyway after h4 here. I don't know, but it's maybe not so easy to bring the bishop into attack.
Because this is always bishop f1.
Maybe not even bishop f1. I think there is even bishop h3, or maybe queen e6, queen. Bishop
h3, true. Why not?
Yes. Okay. Maybe queen b4 still holds, but it looks very risky. I mean, at least unpleasant. Not very risky, but a bit.
So white can try this way, but I think he chose to play bishop e3 immediately.
Yes, it looks.
Maybe to have it as a target on e6.
Yes. The question is whether black should play queen d7 now or take on b3.
He took it.
Yes, it looks logical. I take all the pawns. So
white takes, or no, or not yet, or h4.
Either takes, or after h4 there could be queen d1, queen d7 maybe. So I guess he will take first, perhaps. But
I just want to show it.
It's not terrible, but after queen b8 there is queen b7, and then white can play queen d8, maybe king f. No, queen d8.
But it looks like white is not really risking anything.
But here, perhaps even black is not risking.
No, it's probably just draw.
Yes.
So we win pawn back, and that's it.
Yes, probably. Yes.
Something like this, maybe.
Queen b8, queen d6, queen c8, queen d7. When you cannot offer a draw, you need to search for such repetitions. Yes.
So what happened? Queen b3.
I would probably first take on c5 and then push h4. We have analyzed something very similar. And
yes, and now h4. Right?
Yes, white has certainly compensation, but it's hard to believe that it would be more if black plays, for example, king f7. I think.
Yes, that seems to be solving most. But draw should be.
Yes.
But now Pavel under 1 minute, okay, it's probably not such a big problem in this. Do you think, like, if Pavel wants to make a draw, he can just find a way to liquidate?
Yes, I think he can, but he might end up pawn down then, which is psychologically unpleasant, but not a big problem here.
But maybe not to take then on c5, immediately play h4.
Yes, you're right. And then queen d1, king h2, queen d7, queen a8, and yes,
it should be equal. Should be somehow a draw.
Even then there is king f7 actually, but I think this is fine, this line, but black cannot improve his position either. For example, after bishop f1 here with this h4.
Doesn't have. Oh, what happened?
The
I think time jumped very strangely. So we were missing the move what he played earlier. He played bishop f1. Does it make much difference?
At least there is no check on b1 now, and black cannot take on e4 because of bishop c4.
Oh, that's nice. We can just show that maybe.
Yes,
quickly.
probably it even works.
If you go something like a queen b1, you can take a pawn. Okay. Understandably. So what is?
Yeah, we can
what
just
is
show
the
this
move?
line.
Yes,
If
maybe
knight takes.
knight takes e4, bishop c4, check on the first rank somewhere, queen b1 say, and king g2.
Yes, and d6 is such a target.
Yes, and there are mates on f8 or on g8, and it's hard to parry that. I mean, there are some moves like knight c5, but it should not work even with queen.
We want to check in between, of course. Yes. But yeah, okay, it's probably not working. Something like
I
this.
take queen e4, check f3.
Yes.
Queen c2, and
Bishop
yes, bishop f2.
Very nice.
What happened in the game?
Deac is
not
still
yet.
thinking, and okay, the
He's still
clocks
thinking.
have this time.
But
I think
this is
now they are
very tough.
correct, yeah.
Again, we are probably not. Do we have a real
I
time?
think we have a real time now.
What about king f7 once
that's
again
what he
to
played.
protect the e6 pawn, and also black can play bishop e7 if white checks. So I think it's probably equal. It might actually transpose to the line which we analyzed, but maybe there is some idea. I mean, if black had to take on c5 with the b pawn, I would probably take and then try queen d. No, it doesn't work. I had some idea, but it doesn't work, so I will not even mention it.
He played queen c7 check.
Yes. Maybe some h4 now, or e5. I mean, white obviously has compensation, so he can just make a normal move like, okay, maybe not, I don't know whether e4 is hanging now or not, so maybe e5 is a reasonable move, or he can take on c5 and push a4 if...
It's somehow very difficult to imagine that white will lose this position even if something like this happens.
Yes.
Because it's such a blockading position.
Actually, bishop b5 can become a threat, although rather with the queen on d7, but then there is queen b1 check, and with queen on c6 after bishop b5 there is a good reply, queen d1 check, king g2, queen d8.
Oh, but something else is happening. After bishop e7, Pavel played e5.
e5, okay.
Oh, you mentioned it.
Yes.
Sorry, David.
Black cannot take because of bishop g5.
Bishop
now.
g5, so that's...
And
So he's still trying to create some play, yeah?
yes, it's unpleasant for black, especially with little time, because his pawn structure will be shattered, or not shattered, but slightly damaged, let's say. And white is likely to regain the b6 pawn, so Pavel has some pressure. And
Very nice move.
Yes, we will see after the end of the time trial what happens with the position until then. So
it's
we
actually
have
6
one
moves to make.
7 moves still for Deac, who's only 30 seconds.
yes,
He's giving... Okay, queen b1.
in such positions it's easier to attack
Yes.
than to defend.
Queen b1, trying probably to protect or not to let the bishop to come enter the game, whatever. What should we take? Or there's some choice for white.
Yes, but actually it's a multi-purpose move, this queen b1, because after king g2 there is a check on e4, and black actually even protects the h7 pawn, which might also become relevant in some lines. I mean...
So they exchanged on the
yes. So probably it will be a draw after all. Maybe queen c6 now looks reasonable just to prepare something, but okay, it looks...
I think also that black should somehow play modest, and if he has a chance to exchange queens and give up a pawn, and just do it and make a draw.
Yes, but I mean, after the exchange on e4, I can still consider bishop d3, but probably it doesn't work because black plays maybe knight c5, bishop takes h7, and maybe even f5 then, and it looks fine for black. White already needs to be a bit careful not to lose is the bishop then. But
bishop could be trapped, yes.
Of course, white can avoid this, and white is fine.
Pavel played h4 now.
Yes, it looks.
Yes, this is a useful waiting move in a way, because
Yes.
I don't see how this pawn is, how useful it is in attack, but it improves the position.
Still 5 moves to make for Deac. In his shoes, how would you feel with 30 seconds on the clock? Would you feel it's quite easy to make the time control, or would you feel there are still some tricks for white?
In this position, it's unpleasant, but I mean, Bogdan-Daniel Deac is quite a strong blitz player, so we will see. One of the ideas to play queen e4, and if white takes on b6, there could be knight d7, knight e5, but white is not forced to take immediately. I mean, for example, now queen c7, knight e5, perhaps.
He made another concrete move, knight e4.
Yes.
We need to understand. Yes, of course, you
Yes.
can take probably because
Yes.
of knight move.
Yes.
And of course, this is a kind of draw offer if you take
Yes.
the queen. Maybe it's a clever move. Yeah.
Maybe king g2 comes now. It looks also like a clever move because there is no longer a check on e4. So black can play b5, but then white might have some bishop e2, bishop h5 check, and it's really unpleasant now. So perhaps b5 is not a great idea.
Not such a maybe knight e4
king
was not
g2 is played.
very nice.
Maybe black should try to bring his queen to d5, but I don't know whether through d1 or through a2. No, through a2 it doesn't work because of bishop c. Maybe even queen a2, bishop c4, queen a8 is an idea. I mean, it makes sense. Perhaps I don't know how to bring the queen to d5, but queen a2 looks reasonable because the queen can also enter a8 then.
He just went back with, I think, with the knight.
And just if take, you want
queen
to
d5,
queen d5.
and maybe then knight d2, maybe not. But I mean, black is nicely centralized. and should
something
not-
like this.
Yes. Yes, perhaps knight d2.
And
or,
if this, then we have check. Yeah.
yes.
That looks already.
Yes.
He played different move. It's actually interesting.
Yeah, knight d6.
On king g2, he played knight d6. I think he. Sorry.
But bishop e2 could be unpleasant now.
Yes, only the king is
Maybe he
a
has.
bit open, yeah?
Maybe he has knight f5 then.
And
but
of course, bishop e2 happened.
Yeah,
Yes.
played.
maybe he has knight f5. I don't know, but at least white can regain the b6 pawn without exchanging anything. He can insert a check on h5 if he wants to, which makes a lot of sense. So it's maybe okay. There's this bar which shows that it's allegedly
Yeah,
equal, but
this,
still
the
no,
power is
unpleasant.
switched up.
No.
It's not there.
Unpleasant for black.
But what
Especially-
I was thinking also after king g2 with similar idea, queen d1, maybe also we have knight
Yes,
d2.
I mentioned this as well, but I think maybe bishop c4 is an idea, but then knight d2 probably works, although there are some questions. I'm considering, yes,
Checks
some-
or whatever,
yes.
yeah.
I'm considering bishop takes e6, king takes e6, queen c6, but there is probably bishop d6 then, so it's not the greatest idea.
Yeah, but still very interesting,
Yes.
of course. Still need to be
Yes.
investigated carefully.
I mean, if being given a choice, I would probably prefer queen a2 to queen d1 because I can also go to a8, but both moves make a lot of sense.
Okay.
In the game, Pavel has picked up the pawn now. For,
Yes, he
for
went to
nothing.
defense after this, queen a5, and bishop takes b6.
So-
And he has only one more move.
Two more moves. Black has two moves.
Black has two moves, and Pavel only one to find.
he can play knight e8, knight g7 to create a sort of fortress and somehow prevent white from...
Well, he has got knight e8.
That's what he is doing.
I mean, a minor problem is, no, there is no bishop d8 pin because there would be queen d5 check. So maybe queen a7, knight g7, bishop f3, threatening bishop d8. But I mean, black should be able to defend, but still some difficult defense is awaiting him. I mean, it used to be more balanced. Yes. White has a risk-free advantage and can play forever, and it's much bigger fun to play this with white because white decides when the game will end. And
he played queen a7. Yes. Pavel is very good today, just creating chances.
So not so easy to make a last move.
Yes. Now. Okay, knight g7 is a safe move, but after bishop f3, it is still
it's
some
not
tough
a draw yet.
Yes.
So that's the
perhaps. Sorry, maybe either queen e5 now or knight g7. Okay, knight g7 and queen e5. I mean, black can equalize, but sorry, not equalize, centralize. But it's still it's still unpleasant. But
then g7. Okay, now they both reached 40 moves. Maybe we quickly go revisit our friends on other boards. What happened in colors game? Yeah?
King e3 is winning. Oh, I don't know whose move is it, but the knight on d6 is not really hanging because there is f4. So perhaps king e3.
King e3
is
nice
forward.
Move.
Yes.
Finishing the game.
After f5, there is mate in 2, starting with knight f7 check, and then f4. It's nice.
That's a nice variation, and of course it happened. It happened.
Yes. And
Dmitry wins.
f5, knight f7 is the most funny, but takes d6, f4 check. And
let's show the mate first. So if f5,
okay, I just show the moves, and if f5, then knight f7, and check.
f4, or even rook e6 is a mate.
Yes, that's of course already not as in the study.
Mickey resigned after king e3, and we see a handshake there between the players, and what a big win for Dmitry Kollars.
Let's come back and to see how it happened. I would love to pay attention to the move rook e8. That seems to be a very nice idea, eliminating the counterplay with bishop b3. And I think that was a kind of winning line. That's what we also were considered. Knight e8, knight b5, probably not a big deal. Black played rook d7, rook b6. Obviously, he considered the position of the bishop b3 as lost.
Knight d6, bishop a2. I understand it's lost, but I'm just wondering what's the best way. Maybe king e3, just activating the king, which can go either to d3, preparing knight e4, or sometimes even to f4. So
it looks really winning.
Yes.
Bishop on e2, there's king d3 and trapping the bishop in the future.
Rook a7, king d3, rook a... yes, okay, sorry. It was some nonsense on my part, so there is surely some better way how to trap the bishop now. Maybe even f4, rook a3, king e4, but almost anything wins here.
Yes. Again, this is very dominant position of white. Also, he can probably just attack the pawns.
Yes.
Okay, good. So it was not played. Mickey tried to complicate the matters, but of course, just desperation.
And finally, let's go back to Ervin and
just 1 second. So something you said. Mistake on my PGN, but now
I think after king e3, Mickey resigned.
Yes, I think that's what resigning.
Perhaps it's because when black resigns, his king goes to d5, but here it is already on e5. So maybe they set a wrong result after putting white's king on e4 or something.
That's a good explanation.
Yes. So as for the game between Ervin Lamy and Luke McShane, I guess I will not meet them during the dinner because they are probably going to play a long game. But Black has advantage. He has prevented counterplay connected with f3 because the e3 pawn is now vulnerable, and I think Black would be happy to exchange knights and a pair of rooks while keeping his rook active and not allowing mass exchanges connected with f3, because then Black could just activate his king and either penetrate with his king to f3 or use his queenside majority. And Black might even sometimes be happy maybe with exchange of one pair of rooks when White remains with a passive rook like c2, and when White is not able to keep the rook on f1 and push f3, for example, or even better f4. I don't know. Even if White would manage to exchange a rook from c2 for the rook or on d3 and push f4, Black would take en passant and have the g4 square for the knight and better position anyway, because White's pawns are quite vulnerable. So it just shows that White's position is really difficult. But I mean, and also I should switch the attention to the queen side, because White has a potentially weak pawn on b3. So maybe a well-timed b5 advance could really be good. But of course, one needs to be very careful with this when there are four rooks on the board, because the c7 pawn could also
Let us briefly show our viewers how it happened. We left it about in this moment. We were happy with careful play of Luke McShane, who was like improving position. And now he found another interesting regrouping, bringing knight to f6. It was a very interesting play. That's what my feeling, that it is much easier to maneuver here with Black at the beginning. Black had the concept, and Ervin was not able to find any possibility actually. Yeah? So slowly it looks like Black was outplaying the opponent, and that's how it happened. Yeah? Now we have position after 40 moves, so this phase went very, very nicely for Luke. Yeah?
Yes, he protected everything and kept the decision for the next moves because he passed move 40, so playing b5 on move 40 would be risky because it's really double-edged. And I mean, this idea with b5 can be good, but maybe without those rooks on f1 and on one of the Black's rooks, I can imagine it being good even with two rooks, but needs to be careful.
You would prefer maybe to exchange one pair, yes? I have a feeling.
Maybe. On the other hand, Black has two active rooks, and after rook fc1 there is always rook c6, so I'm wondering how to evaluate the position. I'm not certain. Just it seems to me that well-timed b5 would be good, which is a sort of truism, because when some move is well-timed, it cannot be bad. But I mean, it could be one of possible ways to improve the position. For example, b5, c6, a5, maybe even king b6.
What do you think generally? Let's say we exchange one pair of rook, Black can play c5, b5, king e6. We immediately can expand a little bit.
I think it's technically winning, but Black needs to play precisely, of course. But for White it is more difficult because he has to defend. He cannot improve his position. Okay, he might hope that Black would allow him to push some f4, but it doesn't look realistic now. And I mean, passive defense in such a position is difficult, so I would not be surprised if White got into a time trouble, which would be tough to handle in such a position. Apart from all the purely chess problems with this position, like f2 pawn, and b3 pawn and passive
Okay, he
pieces.
played rook c1 and black played c6.
Yes.
We are not using the engine at the moment and trying to make a human impressions. And I think it's also, it looks so good for black, really, everything.
Yes, there was a nice trap connected with this rook fc1 because black couldn't play rook c6 now, a move which I mentioned because there is not e4 a double attack. Very clever double attack. Rook takes c2, king takes c2, and perhaps maybe black can hold if he takes on e4, then on f2, then goes knight e4, but maybe not, possibly not.
Cute,
and I mean,
Yes, but
yes.
That's already a huge
Yes.
success for white.
Yes, maybe king c4 is
to
the...
enter this position.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
David, I think we will let you go now in a
Thank
minute. But my final question to you, it's always a tricky one. I will ask you to make a prediction. What will happen in this Ervin against Luke game and also Pavel against Bogdan-Daniel?
I think Luke McShane will win the game, and can I again see the position of Pavel Eljanov?
Yes.
I think Bogdan-Daniel will make a draw, but it will take some time.
The long
Maybe
suffering.
maybe one more hour. I don't know.
Okay, well, I think those are some good predictions. And very final question, can you tell us just what's next for you after Dortmund? I believe you will also go to Chennai.
Yes, I will also go to Chennai.
And what are your thoughts about the upcoming Olympiad?
I hope to play well. It will be my first visit to India, so I'm a bit nervous, but I'm glad that the whole team is going there. So it will be easier to handle eventual problems. And I'm looking forward to the Olympiad because it's a nice tournament. You will meet there many friends from the whole world, and I hope it will be nice, and we will see some good chess, and I hope I will also be able to demonstrate some good chess there.
Well, we hope so too, of course. As always, David, such a pleasure having you in the studio with us. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with the remaining games here and also in the Olympiad, of course.
Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you, and also from my side, good luck in last rounds and good luck in Chennai.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and thank you for your attention.
You can stay. We will send everyone. We will go to a break as well. So thank you so much once again. And we will go to a break. We will be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to the final stages of this exciting day at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy, and our two games remain in the Grand Prix. And in one of them, well, the first one that we're going to look at, we just heard David Navara's prediction. He thinks that Luke McShane will grind out a win.
Actually, it was very promising position for him. I think we left it here where he started very gradually improved the position, which is very clever. It's showing a good technique. It's not easy for white to play. Maybe he should consider the moves like before, but it's difficult to make it. It's actually advice not to push the pawns from the side where you are worse, but on the other hand, there is a clear possibility for black also to improve the position. And that's what Luke is trying to do. White is basically staying, and Luke McShane improving the position, step by step. That's actually very difficult to bear.
But it's also a depressing situation for Ervin, who just has to kind of sit passively.
Very difficult situation. I'm not exactly 100% sure that also Luke is doing optimal job, because here the alternative would be c5. I was thinking about b5 and c5 for a while, but he decided for the move a5 and to stay a little bit more control on c6, maybe also to have the move king b6. As we already saw, that it's very difficult defense and nothing white can do. This is actually not so many people can play such a positions.
I guess one question is, well, we talked earlier about some potential pushes on the queen side. Should white now play b4, or do we just continue?
Or just continue this waiting strategy? Yes, he was maybe waiting too long. Now he has this option, but what does it mean? It means that black can also play a4, and we see the square b3 and rook on the third rank. Yes. Of course, you have always this images that the rook may come to b3 with check, and something horrible will happen. So there is no nice solution for him, either to sit and to wait and to see how black is improving his position.
Well, let's see if... Ervin decided it's over, enough sitting, and he went to f3.
Yes, that can change the position very quickly, maybe not necessary to his advantage, because black can start breaking through. We can analyze this position, maybe, let's say check. King c1, rook d3. So that's a new possibility. With pawn on f2, this exchange was not dangerous. White could play king c2. Now, little bit different. And it looks like he decided that no chances, is not going to wait. He tries to do now or never.
So let's see, let's say, so even in that line, if we just continue, so let's say king c2.
It's a black takes the pawn. Yes. So this is something like the last counterplay, trying to... okay, maybe he is right. Yes, it is not over, and maybe it is better than just to wait and to suffer. Yes, just better maybe to do it now.
But I think it's one of the hardest. In my experience, it's one of the hardest, and even stronger players I talk to, it's one of the hardest things to do, to understand when you should defend passively And
yes.
when you should do something.
Yes, exactly. This is really, there is no rule on it. Yeah? You have to look at the situation, maybe even at the opponent, and decide. Time is playing a role. So all these considerations are important. And also you should to know yourself. Yeah? You should know, okay, I cannot handle it anymore. Yeah? If I stay passively, I will lose for sure. That sometimes situation is not even so desperate objectively, but psychologically you are taking this decision and said, okay, now I start something, some counter-attacking operation. If I lose, but usually the feeling in such a case is, okay, I have nothing to lose. I probably lost already, and now I just try it and see what's happened.
And I think exactly what you're saying. What's so difficult is, for a lot of things in chess, there are some rules that we can know, that we can follow, but for this, there is no rule of thumb, basically. It's a very case-by-case decision.
And it's
Do you
very
think here
tough.
It was the right decision?
Difficult to say, because if you come back, he had some alternative, but subjectively he was feeling that McShane simply improves his position.
Yes.
Maybe now even king b6 will follow. Yeah? So this, as you correctly said, it is more psychological than objective things. He was afraid that McShane would keep improving the position, and then he may suffer even more.
Yeah, probably he was making maybe a decision between b4 and f3. Maybe understood he has to go for one of these pawn pushes.
Also possible, yes, and he probably already rejected b4 as on the principal grounds, like making too much concession here on the queen side. And f3, okay, f3 is only active possibility what he had, but I think that McShane took some good precautions against it.
Interesting that McShane is taking quite a bit of time, because rook d2 looks natural, but if not rook d2, what other moves do you think he's considering?
Okay, he may say this is not a threat at all, and just to make some, let's say, waiting move. Let us see what is going on in this case. If I takes, then he takes with knight, ready to take the pawn on e3. I think that he will be better in almost in all cases here. Again, the difficult questions where he has more advantage in this or after rook d2. Probably did not anticipate this f3. Then, on the other hand, maybe Ervin did the correct thing, to try to surprise the opponent.
Okay, let's come back to this ending in a short while and check in with Pavel Eljanov and Bogdan-Daniel Deac, where also it feels like, I don't know if Deac maybe, I wouldn't say he overpressed, but maybe he missed the moment where he could have simplified things earlier.
I think the other way around. I think that Pavel was pressing actually the whole time. Deac was defending rather well, but in time trouble, maybe just a little bit, was not able to find the more clear way to make a draw. Something what would lead to exchange of the queens, for example. I think that actually we may look at this moment because we had some suggestion of our guest, Grandmaster Navara, so maybe there were better suggestions. Maybe we can recheck this position. I think one of the variations what we were considered was, for example, here Queen d1 with idea Knight d2. So probably this was kind of better choice. If queen takes b6, then queen d5. That is a better version. Yeah? What happened? He played here knight to d6. Yes, and that seems to give white a little bit of edge after bishop e2. The point of the position that this pawn on b6 is in a moment of no importance. Yes, and white activates the bishops, creating threats, maybe bishop h5. White is very good coordinated, so queen e5 is a natural move in defense, and then white could pick up the pawn in a very good situation.
Yes.
So
and
now
he tried this defensive maneuver, as David was also suggesting, to bring the knight to g7.
Yes, now it is actually very interesting what I see that according to computer, the possibility queen d5 was better. I think that he rejected it because of the difficulties here to defend the pawn. No, because of the exchange of the queens, but probably it is difficult to defend the pawn. That would be maybe even better chances for
and this 3 versus 2 with the bishop pair, you think they are very good winning chances?
There are some reasonable winning chances, and again, you can play a long game.
Yes.
The chances are not so bad because usually you would restrict the knight, and you can always maybe, or in many cases, you can try to transfer in ending with these bishops of the same color, but it could be a little bit ugly situation. Okay, it's not 100%, but it is chances.
It's a pity for Pavel that it's moved 40, because otherwise he could have some time to think about it. But I think
well, his decision was not bad. Also, yes, he was keeping advantage and not risking it in time control, because he made this decision not to exchange queens, understandable, and where you have more chances, okay, this of course very difficult to say. And he is better here, and he can play a long game, and that's exactly what is awaiting us. Long game, because also black has here some weaknesses, like pawn h7, a little bit isolated. Also white squared bishop is dangerous and may help white to attack maybe pawn on a6 as well. Pin at the moment, so it's many things which are pleasant. What is speaking for black, that everything happens at the same flank.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a little bit easier to hold.
So knight f5, and of course the bishop moved.
Bishop moved, clear, and queen d3. So Bogdan-Daniel is holding the position, but it will be many moves. And it's happened something, queen b7, queen d8 was a tempo played for some reasons, very quickly answered by...
Hard to understand, why... Okay,
no, not necessarily. Yes, not necessarily was... Okay, bishop e4 was a kind of threat, but almost any queen move would defend against it, so why, especially on d8, but okay, that doesn't matter. Maybe he wanted to protect the 8th rank in the view of check on h5, kind of understandable, which still is possible now, bishop h5.
Would you, I asked David to predict the 2 games. He predicted McShane to win and Eljanov to win. Would you agree with that assessment? Would that also be your prediction?
Well, I think he thought that actually Bogdan-Daniel would hold it.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought he said...
but doesn't matter.
Maybe it was just in my mind.
No, we interpreted probably him differently.
So what is
basically
your
doesn't
prediction?
matter. It's okay. It is more or less 50-50 situation. Either white
Either he wins or he doesn't win.
or draw. Yeah. So it's 50-50. Maybe about 50% chance, indeed. Difficult
I think
to
he
say.
will win. I think it's
Eljanov
just,
will
yes.
win. Yeah. Okay.
It just looks so unpleasant to hold, and I think especially now the players still have 12 minutes for Eljanov, 16 minutes for Deac, but at some point the time will again tick down, and I think it will be very difficult to defend precisely.
Let us come to the position of Ervin. Ervin and Luke, and it's happened. Yeah, in the moment they're following our suggestion, exchange a pair of rooks. Okay, it has of course concrete meaning because here black has rook d3, but actually I just recognized that there is also some other options, like rook g2, so that's what McShane is thinking about. So black has two good options, attacking the pawns, and yes, of course, some deep calculations would be good in this
So let's
moment.
try. Let's start with rook g2 actually, which looks quite tempting to pick up the g pawn. So first question, if white takes on g4?
We have to take if
with the
now,
knight
this
again.
is clear.
Yes.
Now white has also knight e4 as an option. Black can take on e3, and I am just playing, I'm not following computer advices, although I can see them. I just wanted to show us one idea.
You want to trap the black king?
Yes, my idea would be just to play knight c5 and checkmate the black king.
That would be unfortunate.
That would be very unfortunate, and it's not going to happen because black would immediately use his right to move. But let us just for the second think about impossible. Then we have knight c5, and we created a checkmate threat. Yeah? Okay, that would be a huge achievement for white player. But of course, with black to play, black can attack the knight and pawn and probably win the game, hitting the both pieces.
In the game, Luke didn't go for rook g2, but for the other move that we were looking at, rook d3.
It looked actually a little bit more natural to use this weakness on the third rank and to harass the knight at the same time. So I'm not surprised at this decision. Now let us see what happens after. I think we analyzed it already on a previous occasion.
Yeah, so we were
Our line was king c2, rook takes pawn, pawn takes g4, knight takes g4, and rook f5. That's how we wanted to defend it with white. And it goes into this direction as a matter of fact.
Yeah, so let's see. Well, we can just follow the game because
We
I
are
think
basically following
we are going
the
down
game.
exactly this. So if rook g3,
we almost came to the same position, but white still waits for the move rook f5. But probably he has to do it because what else can he do? Just to attack the pawn makes sense. Yeah? Rook f5. Then now we try to take the pawn, and he takes on h5. Why not? We still have an extra pawn, but we exchange some pawns as well. So rook h3. Useful move, putting the rook behind passed pawn, avoiding pin. So white probably goes knight e4. Dreaming about my construction of checkmate with knight c5.
So maybe we stop it immediately with some king b6.
King b6, and now b4 would be rook takes a3. So So now it is more difficult. In fact, we have the move rook f5, so we are just a little bit ahead of
And
the
rook
players.
immediately takes, of course.
So they are just coming to this the same position.
Yes.
So okay, maybe knight e4 is a choice. Okay, possible move rook h8, possible move, and try maybe to check or to activate the h pawn.
I mean, it's still very hard. How do we make progress?
Yes, very, very difficult position. One possibility is checking. Knight e5, h5. I'm not sure that I did something very useful. Just let us see if black can take a pawn. I think white has a very strong counterplay.
Yeah, suddenly we have to be very careful.
Because of check and rook f8 wins material.
I
So
mean, here I would already probably prefer to play white suddenly.
yes, we could make a draw with black, of course, in a different way. So we had this position, and our analysis continues with knight e4. Somehow I believe that Ervin would be playing this move. He is not lost yet. He is not lost yet. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, also maybe here, maybe black doesn't have to go king b6. I don't know if there's any.
But yes, the question what else can useful can we do? And let's say we attack the knight.
Yes.
Yeah, just provoking white gives a check. And now what? Yeah, and white can also give a check. Knight c5.
And we haven't really.
So it's not so easy here to get a real advantage. Huh? So I would expect these two moves, but who knows, of course. I would expect knight e4, king b6 played, and then still a very difficult task. Still we are not really sure what is going on. In sense, can McShane win or Ervin holds? No, he made a different move, and here it could be great move. It could be also not that great move because.
So let's see a4.
Because he is asking also for b4.
Also some holes. Maybe also even can we try and bring the king to b4?
To b4 like this, yeah. King b6. Yeah. So this is one option. Yeah. Just let us look what is the difference here. Why he liked it? Yeah? What is the big point here? What we were thinking about was the move king to d6. How was our line was rook chain. Maybe.
Now where do we want to bring the knight?
We wanted to check. So I'm not so sure here. Yeah, we could have the same position without a4. So we need actually to compare all these lines with the same position. Yeah. So how we did knight e4, rook h3 was played. Yes, knight e4. All this position we should have with pawn on a4, with pawn on b4. So I'm not sure that white really improved the position here. King b6 we were looking, and now why not rook g5, for example, knight f3.
But now the problem is where to go.
So what was the difference before? I'm not sure that. Yeah.
I'm also not sure.
I'm not sure because okay, pawn on h4 is him. not very clear to me. Which version is better? I'm not sure, honestly. So difficult choice now, and difficult move for Ervin, but okay. I remember that I made a training in Germany many years ago, and Ervin was a part of this, part of the team of juniors from Netherlands. And you know what happened? We had some competition, some solving, some different positional problems, positional tactical problems, and you have only few minutes to make an answer. And almost in all positions, Ervin was suggesting the move A4. Yes.
That's very funny.
Two times. At that time, I was almost laughing because it came A4 again. But on the fourth time, A4 was very good. So then I understood that probably it is worth also to
persevere,
to have strong views and just to defend your ideas. Yes. It doesn't matter. Just stick to your opinion, because Ervin became a strong grandmaster. Little bit character should we should show a little bit of character.
Absolutely. Maybe we can very quickly, while Luke consider his next move, we can quickly check in with Eljanov and Deac.
Yes, since we also didn't came to conclusion.
No.
Is it better to include A4 or just?
It's very hard to say, I guess, without some proper analysis.
Still defending, still hurrah! We're still alive. Yes,
that's the main thing.
That's the main thing. So the question here, because Pavel just went back, that doesn't look justified to me. But what I was suggesting, I have to see the follow-up. Yeah. So what is the continuation after king move? We may try bishop g4 maybe.
And if the knight comes again.
But still I don't see the clear cut variation. Okay, that could be an, let's say, alternative idea for white to have something, some transformation of that kind, and to try to win the pawn on a5 and then to play this type of ending.
Yes.
One of the possibilities. In the game it was differently, so white just regrouped, but it's not very clear what does it mean. Yeah? Bishop g4. Because now the pawn is protected safely, so white can hardly take on f5. So I'm not really sure that Pavel found a line which gives him advantage. Queen e4 is a little bit disappointing move, but maybe he is looking for some regrouping, maybe. But I don't know how he would do it. Maybe to bring bishop to c4 or to the diagonal, but I don't see.
Yeah, I like that idea actually.
Yeah, if it works, then it is good. But he already went in a different, I think, in a different direction. Why? Because maybe he was afraid of queen d5. Maybe for these reasons he didn't want to have this position. Although, again, in this case, you still have some chances here, maybe not that bad. Let's come back to Luke.
Yes.
Because something happened, b4 was played, so it helped us to understand what is going on. Yeah, because, okay, we could have this position basically with pawn on b5 without this, so not very clear to me what is the huge advantages of this. Could be disadvantages. Obviously, Ervin had some idea why he played it. maybe he wants to use square c4 for one of his piece. Maybe he was worried about possibility a5, a4 at some stage. Yeah. So from black side. So we leave it probably like this because it's very, of course, tough to prove and to show.
But also now, not so easy what to do next for Ervin.
What about this position? I was suggesting, but why we can take? Yeah, we can take it actually. Yeah, we can take it as well. But he played. That's why he played rook h8. Because at the first glance, it's not really clear why not to take a pawn. So rook h8 happened. Rook h8, and we expect actually something like knight e3. Trying to do something, to regroup the knight. King probably would stick here to the pawn. Knight e5, h5, knight d4. That's what.
Only b3.
Yes, that's what I'm slightly concerned about. I think we had this variation. Let me prove our analysis again. I'm sorry about it, but I think we made an interesting analysis before. Was it this position exactly? King b6, and we went like this. Knight e3, king c1 we were playing. Maybe it is more fine move. King c1, I just want to show our line, and if rook b3, then h6.
Then suddenly the pawn was running.
Yes, and maybe black should take the pawn. So that is also could be the defense, but I'm not sure that a4, b4 improves the situation for white. But let us see the similar possibility after knight f3. Let us see. This is different line. Sorry, let me put the position exactly.
Yes, I think Luke is thinking in this position.
Yes, king b6, rook h8, and Luke is thinking, and we suggest something. Now king c1, we try to make the same.
Yeah.
Knight e5, h5, knight d4 is now possible, h6, knight b3, because b pawn is a little bit more dangerous. King b1, knight c5 is coming.
And any check, we can just block,
And
I
if
guess.
h7, then this ending looks horrible.
I think
I'm
you
sorry,
meant
I
to
wanted to give check. I wanted to give check, and after promotion.
Knight d3 is on the board.
Yes, then knight c3 wins a second pawn. We already have a feeling that
It's a bit too many pawns.
yes, and that actually this variation is better for black than what we analyzed with pawn on a3 and b3.
For
So
sure.
maybe a4 is not such a great idea after all.
So knight e3 played. And what is the best square? We put the king on b2.
Intuitively looks sensible, just to protect the pawn. But what is the difference here if h5, knight d4? Maybe we try
Ervin
h6.
went to b2.
And understandable. If h6, then we have a check here. That's what I think we saw some similar line. Okay, if h7. This is a little bit tricky positions, yes.
Yeah, still it's not so...
It's not so obvious that, for example, black is doing good, but he has some ideas. For example, we move rook. Where? Somewhere. Okay, we move the rook somewhere. Threatening checkmate. Now we have spectacular lines.
Very nice. That's a very beautiful finish.
Winning for black. So there is some potential in black position after 95. 95 was played. H5, yes, H5 happened, but
it's a huge game for Luke. I mean, if Luke wins, yesterday Matthias, when Pavel was here with us yesterday, he said, Luke already beat two of the players who Pavel considered some of the favorites in the tournament, like Bluebaum, like Navara. To get another win with the black pieces today would be absolutely huge for Luke, who only has 2 more games to play.
True. Okay, but he has to do it first. Yes.
That is true.
Because this rook h4, we need to understand. White can go back to d2. Yes. We come back. We're trying to understand everything. So after h5. Black could play also knight d4, and white can also go to d2. Yeah? But here we would have different options. Yeah? We can also try to play e4. If white takes, we can take on b3, but immediately, or maybe first check and then take on b3.
With the knight again.
With a knight, yes. So that is actually promising line. Rook h4 sounds to me not so exact because of knight d2, but we're still checking it. Yeah? If rook h2, king c1, something like this may happen.
So what happened in the game?
Knight d2
Ervin
happened.
just went back. Okay, let's put so knight.
Okay, knight d2 is a move in the game, and black can play rook h2, king c1. Of course, the situation is still very depressing.
Yeah.
Maybe black can, in a moment, move king away from checks, and if knight c4, then can another pawn pushing. So also black has a passed pawn.
Yeah,
so okay, let's say it was not easy to compare all these lines, so it is a very reasonable variation. If rook h2 would be played, not a big difference comparing to lines what we were analyzing. The white position looks very dangerous.
I think it's just Ervin's position all this time was so difficult to defend. Of course, it's not over yet, but I think it was a big torture. Let's have a quick look at Pavel against Bogdan-Daniel and see if Pavel can find some way to make some progress.
Okay, he pushed h pawn further, but this is not such a big deal for black, in my opinion, because sometimes this h5 square was used for bishop here, so okay, we need to see what is going on. I think he just maneuvers, hoping to put some practical problems. So let us see, king h2. I'm not sure that I understood the idea, but maybe it is just a move away from the diagonal. Maybe again he still worries about this queen d5 possibility. So then this is an explanation. So what about here, knight d5?
Okay, so
knight d4, I'm sorry.
Yes, threatening.
Maybe threatening f5. We are still Okay, queen e8, yes? King comes to f7.
Can we go h6?
If idea bishop h5, yes? Okay, very good.
And now suddenly this is one line where it makes sense that the king is on h2. Okay, what if I give you a check on a7?
I'm afraid to go to g6, although it is maybe
it's
possible.
fine, yeah, it's tight. I mean, black, although the bishop is a bit passive, it looks like black is holding everything together. Yeah?
In the moment, yes, because we're not, it's not clear what is intended, yeah, after with king h2, yeah?
But here the players are getting already very low on time. We're down to 3 minutes for both players.
And tough game.
Yeah.
We saw something like we analyzed, but in a different form. Again, I'm not so sure about it.
Yeah, so we're going back to Lamy against McShane.
Against McShane, because Luke played e4, yeah, in the moment where we were expecting first pinion, rook h2. So, okay, e4, if it works, straight forward, just try to push the pawn, yeah, then it is reasonable. What we have here, of course, a concrete situation, yes?
Very concrete.
Very concrete situation. Ervin is taking time. Less than 4 minutes for, no, less than 5 minutes for Luke.
If the rook goes to e8 behind the pawn after rook h2, do we kind of transpose, or?
Well, I think here the problem is of concrete nature. Concrete nature, because white has this temporary sacrifice. Now he threatens check and h7.
And if we go rook?
How do we want to stop it?
Rook h4, you will go...
For example, we play rook h4, we go h7, threatening check.
And if I go king back, you will
King
hit the knight.
back somewhere, then we hit the knight. And at least theoretically it is draw. And this is a problem. It's actually, and that's
big problem.
That's what Ervin is calculating now, because okay, that could be a kind of blunder from Luke to play too early, maybe to try to win too early.
And I'm sure Ervin must sense his chance.
I'm sure he calculates it, yes, because actually not easy to find a defense here. Otherwise, pawn is running, or rook h2, and then e3 is threatening. So it is kind of.
Yeah, this is the crucial moment now. I think if he finds knight takes e4, there is a very good chance actually that he will hold the draw, right?
Yes.
Because the best Luke can get will be this 3 versus 2.
Then objectively, I think he should hold the draw. Objectively, okay, there is some position like this. Why should he lose it? Why should he lose it? King goes, let's say, b1, c1, I don't.
And he did take.
Bravo.
And I'm curious, maybe we can zoom in on the camera on these players, because I'm curious if McShane will show any emotion, you know, that he kind of missed this, because it's a big miss.
We don't have here the big picture enough. You know, the wife of former world champion Vasily Smyslov, she was not chess player at all, but she could evaluate the position. You know
based on the faces.
No, she was looking at the heirs of Vasil Vasilievich, and if she sees some red heirs, then she said, not good. Not good. She could. She really was very attentive.
I think we can see a little bit from Luke's phase. Even the fact, you know, that Ervin is getting up now. I think Ervin was not getting up since move 40.
Ervin got up because I think he made a very important decision. And the fact that Luke, I think Luke missed something in these lines. I don't believe that he just blundered the move. Probably miscalculated some detail, and now he sees it.
Yeah, now the problem, of course, he has only 3 minutes on the clock. And I think both these players know that in this endgame here, there's probably even nothing to try,
Objectively, it is draw, yes. You can play, of course, another 20 moves, but you shouldn't win it.
Is there even any way in this endgame to try something? Can you even push the pawn, or there is just nothing?
Yes, I'm not sure that I see the plan here for black.
And
should be kind of a fortress, should be kind of fortress. Just you can try to maneuver with the king, but also a5 pawn is weak. You know, we were criticizing Ervin for playing a4, but it will save him.
Exactly.
Yeah, it will save him exactly. This move will save him in this practical case. So sometimes, you know, objectively, move may be not correct, but the players over the board have some feeling over the situation. So now he just took it. Yes.
Yeah, tough spot.
But he doesn't have time, and I'm not sure that Ervin is making the moves very slowly, yes? Just,
and
you
we
know,
can see that the players just made move 60 because the new score sheets arrived.
Okay. That's, but we don't see how White can lose it yet. Of course, it is extra pawn and rook ending, but it is a kind of fortress, not...
Yesterday, Luke was disappointed at first after the game, but then he realized he had no reason to be disappointed, but I think today...
He was lucky, actually, yes, he was lucky.
But today will be a big disappointment.
Today he missing a win, yes. I think we can say it. It's not so clear.
Even maybe just this moment, this rook h2
looked good. Looked really good. Looked like a big advantage for him. It's fair to say it that he had a big advantage. Extra pawn, pressure, possibility maybe to win the pawn on b3. Some good situation, but not anymore.
And now under a minute, but I think the players understand the position is now quite simple because the line we were looking at is just forced.
It is straightforward because black is losing the knight. He can't stop the pawn in a safe way. So that's the point. Because White always threatens a check on b8 or retreat to f8 with attack of the knight. Of course, after h7. So. Not much to be done. I think he will take, yes. He will take the pawn and play this position, but of course he can play it safely for some moves, but basically the most difficult part of defense is over for Ervin.
Also, it's really hard to see what he can do because if he tries to bring the king, suddenly a5
he tries it and then he probably will get a check, yes. King d4. I think he will go for this straightforward line. But now, if he checks, and let's say he goes to c3, we just ignore everything. Take. Okay, this is still interesting, and maybe not that trivial.
Maybe not that straightforward.
Not that trivial. Yes. The problem is that if you take the pawn, then you lose the pawn ending. So, and a5. Actually, we have an engine here which says that it should be a draw.
And in fact, Ervin did not even give a check. He just went to defend the second ring.
Okay, because I think it's more practical,
More
yes,
easy, yeah.
than to calculate these variations. So he went back. Although the check, I'm sorry, he went back immediately. Although the check was technically okay.
Okay, let's bring the king, I guess.
We bring it back with the check, just to see the full truth of this, yeah, check. It is forcing line. It is forcing line, and now the point is here that if we exchange king a2, then we have the queen ending, which is a draw.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of long line.
But forcing and not so difficult for these players
So
to calculate.
actually would be possible. Yeah. So Ervin decides not to look for this, yeah, and defend passively. So let us see what is going on here. Rook h2, rook d2 check.
Okay, rook e4 he played, and the rook just goes back to h2. And
Okay,
there's just
that's also a kind of reasonable way to defend it, but at some stage black can try to force the position by coming with the king to the third rank and threatening maybe exchange rooks.
Yes.
So somehow he should do it, but
It's not so easy.
at this moment he may attack the pawn and get maybe the same or better version of this position.
15 seconds for Luke. Yeah, he goes for rook e4 and a rook f4.
Because he doesn't want to repeat the position, I guess. Yes.
Maybe we can have a very quick look at the other game, because this one.
True.
I think
This one is
to a
going
draw now.
to be held by.
Because these players also
Ervin.
both under a minute now, and I think this one much more exciting.
Let us concentrate on this, and first let us go to see what happened actually. After h5, after king h2, yes, black played knight g7. We were expecting more aggressive move, but here different moves happens. f5.
I'm sorry, I always have to laugh when I see Bogdan walking around. Like, I know that he's
With
thinking about the
few
position
seconds.
when he's walking, but
Yes, that's of course very unusual. Very unusual. I don't like this change of the defense and playing f5. I don't know.
it's just creating.
It's creating
some
the problem,
extra,
yes, to yourself maybe, but okay. It seems to be now nicely solved in a moment. Very, very funny. Okay, we have here queen e7, bishop e3. I think that Pavel found some way to keep the pressure on the position. Poof.
And I think it's exactly what I was saying. With now again with no time, it will be, I think, very challenging for Deac to.
Very difficult to defend.
defend
I think he
accurately.
played some moves. Let us see what happened. Queen a4, queen f7, king g2, knight f6. So difficult to play this position also in no time modus.
Even more difficult when you have to get up after every move, take a little walk and come back. So what did Pavel?
Queen a6, I
Queen
think.
a6.
I think he played Queen a6. Again, it doesn't make so much sense to criticize any decision here on such a few minutes. Again, it looks like Bogdan managed to consolidate the position.
Yes. I still love your idea to bring the bishop to c4, but now we also have the pawn hanging on h5, and I don't know how to...
So it looks more like a draw now, although the way it was achieved with knight on g7 and pawn on e5, I think if Pavel would have a little bit more time, he would maybe punish the opponent for this, But
5 seconds now for... No, he made a move, yeah?
He probably made a move.
Yeah, okay, he's getting up.
Yes, that would be too much. Sorry, what happened?
Okay, we'll see.
Queen a6.
Queen
We
a6.
have some moves, yes. We need to make update. Queen a6, bishop f8 was played. Bishop c4 is coming from Pavel. King f7 is a defensive move. Yes, which came also in the game.
Yeah, but Deac is once again defending very well. No? True. That's not faltering under the pressure. Meanwhile, the endgame has...
There's no changes in the position, so I would say that...
yeah, we stay here.
Most likely it will be a draw, of course. So what happening? Queen b7 was played. Queen b7. Yes, the most likely move, something like Queen d7. It looks like Deac holds it.
Yeah.
Holds it. I think he now much into control. Probably it is a good moment for Pavel to stop. Not to say, okay, that's enough. He did a good job. He tried his best. Maybe he had some chances at some moments. But okay, this opponent is strong.
I also think it's a good thing for the players that tomorrow is a rest day, because today these two games were really very intense, very tiring.
Yes, very intense.
So tomorrow these players can all look forward to a rest day. This is your first reminder. Tomorrow is a rest day in the Grand Prix, but in the NC World Masters we have one game which was postponed from round 1, so that will be played tomorrow. Dmitry Kolar's against Vishy Anand. So we will be here with a show from 3 p.m. once again. And since there will be no other games going on from these two events, we will look at some others from the NFA Cups and the ladies tournament as well.
Yes. And the game between Dmitry and Anand is very important for the tournament situation, especially in the view of very good play today from the side of...
The two winners from today.
Yes, two winners facing each other.
Yeah, and so what's happening?
What's happening?
Pavel went back to
Pavel went back and black played knight d5. Otherwise, not a big changes. Yes, okay, Pavel is trying, but I don't think it is really possible. And not big changes in Ervin game. It is like...
What happens if I take... Oh no, I wanted to take on d5, and I thought if I take with the pawn, maybe I can try g4,
but he will go to the ending. And now what happened? Bishop d2 was played, and black decided to play queen c6. Which brings us closer to the draw, because maybe black would retreat with, let's say white retreat with bishop, and black is retreating on the same, changing the queens. And slowly it will be probably time for our arbiter to come closer to the board.
In fact, he's already sitting where I think Dmitry Kolarz was sitting earlier, and he is keeping an eye on both games.
Yes. We have saying, yes, if arbiter is close to the board and the game will be finished quickly.
And yeah, 97 is on the board.
Yes, it happened, and okay. I'm not sure that white can offer a draw, according to the rules. Otherwise, Pavel would probably do it because it is good defending, and here clear that there is not so many chances.
So if you cannot offer a draw, what is the best way here? Would you just try and push some pawns or just wait?
No, you go for opposite colored bishop, and Angie will stand up, and then you can offer a draw. It's you standing up actually. So you see?
I think you called it.
Yes. No, but we have very good arbiter with a lot of understanding for the situation.
Yes.
So let us see what happened actually in the game. You have the position, I don't. So now this position. White, after 97, white exchanged, and bishop c3, bishop d6. Okay, that's very simple. f3, maybe 95, and take on e5 and call it a day, for example. That's actually happened, f3, 95, and offering a draw, basically.
Yes.
Offering
if Pavel wants to make a draw, he will just take.
So this is a kind of draw offer, 95. If you want, we can make it immediately.
What do you think? He will take the knight?
He may take a knight. Of course, he can play at this position, but I don't think it makes so much sense after exchange of the queens. Yeah? So this was an offer to finish the game.
He is still thinking, he has a minute. Meanwhile, nothing has changed in the game between Ervin Lamy and Luke McShane.
Looks also like going to draw. It could be still tried for a while, of course.
What did Pavel? He made a move, I thought. Maybe no. Maybe not.
I don't see the move yet.
Yeah, also no, I think he didn't make a move, actually.
But he did everything what was possible today. Okay, he may be unhappy because he feels that he had some chance, true, small chance, but black defended. Okay, there was some moves.
He just d2 and knight d3.
Which doesn't mean anything actually, so maybe he can come back or whatever.
Yeah.
Bishop c4, knight e5,
no way.
Can be repeating, or he may continue to play actually. So okay, we will see. The chances are very small, of course. That's
but as long as there are chances.
Yes.
I think you're right. I think he will continue actually.
He's entitled to do it.
Maybe we can very quickly have a look at the other end game where Luke has eventually decided to push the pawn.
Yes. First of all, it is not clear if Ervin should allow these things like c5, c4. Not necessary. But of course, he is kind of confident that the situation will not change dramatically. I think the one important element here is the situation structure. Yeah. If, for example, black rook will go to a3 and pick up the pawn, white can arrest the rook with rook h3. That is something what is very nice.
Yes.
But of course, at the moment, it all looks like a draw to me. Yeah, but as I said, it was not entirely. It was not necessary, but not big harm happening. You can play like this, and should be an easy draw. he played king b3, probably trying to lure the black rook to a3. Rook a3, and because he knows that it should be a draw. Many checks could be done here, for example. He can attack. And now, I think that's what he is.
It would be a cute way to finish the game.
Yes, that's what he is playing for, yeah? Just something like this, and why not to make a draw this way? Meanwhile, Pavel still tries to do something, but I don't see him making real progress, yes? So what happened? Bishop c4, bishop b4, nice move. Bishop g5, knight e5, bishop e2, knight d7 was played. Not a big deal, yes, you can play
I guess the knight is
g4.
coming to f6, so
He played, but
g4.
yes, okay. Now black should somehow organize his defense, yeah? So to create some kind of blockade, maybe on g5, whatever. So how to do it? Knight f6, for example, something like this. Yes. Let's say we take knight e4.
And bishop e7.
Bishop e7, creating some blockade.
Yes, and this really
that should be
enough.
It. Should be enough. But we see that the move after knight f6 was bishop to c1. Okay, trying to avoid this, yeah, actually, but not creating a big threats. So again, if black wants, he may consider something like bishop e7, waiting move, and if white is not reacting, let's say playing something like this, then maybe take knight e4, bishop c2, knight g5, creating a kind of fortress like this.
Yeah. Yeah, very likely something like this will happen.
Meanwhile, Luke decided to be cooperative,
Yes.
but I think he fully understood that it is draw, but just wants to show it just a nice situation, a nice way just to have a draw. And that was what Ervin was playing the whole time, actually, yes. King c7, rook h5, forcing this pretty line, trapping the rook. It's nice to know such an idea.
Yes. A poetic finish to the game. Yeah, big missed opportunity today for Luke McShane.
True. Although, let's say he was lucky yesterday, today he missed maybe even less than he gained yesterday. Yes. So on the whole, it's still a very powerful performance of Luke, who is still with +2. And looking at this game, that Pavel also was not able to profit from the situation, and it goes to a draw.
Yeah, we have this on the board now, by the way.
Yeah, we have this rook a4, rook a3, and maybe Luke would play rook a3 and call it.
Yes.
Probably. And Filipovich would rise
immediately
again.
Yes. Yeah, think now both games are probably going to end around the same time. Very soon.
We have here a nice finish, yes, in the next game too. We have the move now for black, and black probably would play bishop f4.
Yes, I think it's...
Yes,
it's on the
exactly,
board.
that's what happened.
Yes.
Also making a nice draw,
Yes.
in fact. Yeah.
And in the other game, Luke did indeed go rook a3.
And,
So I think we're about to have a
and we see already
Yes.
Filipovic rising to this occasion.
Yes.
Fixing the draw in this game. Of course, it's no need to make more moves
No.
here, and he probably
Well,
should
actually,
stay.
they
He
did make
probably
more
should
moves.
stay and move to. They made more moves.
They took everything.
So there was no necessary even for
For Filipovic to come.
come,
The
yeah.
players know that there is nothing left.
they gave up the last pawn. True.
So let's go back to Eljanov and Deac.
And this is also draw, because what to do? Bishop is under attack.
Yeah.
Of course, we can take on e6 first and take on f4, and then black would take on h5. So it is that's the variation.
Yeah, it's taken on f4.
Yes. It happened differently. I took on f4. It's almost not a big deal. Yeah, king g3, knight takes h5. And the
this
draw
is on the
looks
board.
inevitable too. Yeah, king h4, for example, knight g7.
Yes.
And that is a draw.
I think we're going down exactly this line. King h4 is on the board. Now knight g7, the move we expect.
Basically forcing a draw.
What a fighting day.
Very exciting day.
Yeah, and we have already two
we-
decisive results in the NC Masters.
Yes, and no decisive results.
No.
Actually, it was very
Not for a lack
unclear.
of trying.
Very unclear, because Eljanov was trying hard, and Luke McShane was even probably winning.
Yeah.
At some stage at least, but Ervin was able to hold it, to make an important draw, and to keep the question who would win this championship open. Yeah? It is still very much race between three people.
Yes.
Deac is still in the race by holding a draw against Eljanov. He has +1. Eljanov and McShane with +2. McShane played one more game, which could be advantage, could be disadvantage.
We will see.
We don't know. So this is only a small problem. Technical problem, how to eliminate all material. And
I think we might come down to bare kings in the last two games.
that's what happened, because we are moving towards it.
Yeah.
With
And
big speed.
incredible to have into the two last games, two rare kings.
Let me show in our analytical view how it happened. Bishop b3, and now pawn ending, and now black would probably play king f6. White is friendly gesture of Eljanov here, giving up pawn quicker with the move f4, yeah, so just to eliminate them quickly.
And there we have the handshake. What an incredible day of chess it has been. So much fighting chess. But yeah, 3 fighting draws, some missed chances, probably.
Brilliant win of Viswanathan and
It feels like that happened
and
2 years ago.
Yes, and brilliant win of Dmitry Colors,
yes.
and which makes the situation in this no castling tournament extremely funny.
Yeah, for
complicated. Sure. Tomorrow colors plays Anand, and that's could be decisive game actually.
So that will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. I will join you a little bit later, but Arthur will be here at 3 p.m. with Patrick Zelbel. And yeah, I think that's all from us for today. It's been a fun day of chess. Tomorrow, no Grand Prix, the one game in the NC Masters, and we will look at some of the games from the Youth Cups and
from our future talents,
exactly.
So our future stars. So yes. Please join us tomorrow, and we have fantastic game in the no casting group. So
it will be another good day.
Another good day for us.
Thank you so much for watching. Have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.